Hey, guys. Welcome. Today is Friday, the 30th of August. And I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Closing Acumen. Today is a very special program. We're going to be hosting the former city major of Liberia, Honorable Jefferson Koji. He will be our special guest today. So we ask you to join us, share the show. There will be very fascinating conversation here tonight. We'll be talking on a range of issues relating to from the CDC to the current government and the national affairs of the country. So we'd like to welcome you. Come in, take a seat, sit back. We'll be joined by the other panelists very soon. Tomalin George, Ben Sanvee, Lofa Julius, Grace Guar, Sylvester Peewee. Others will be joining us. Kedabu Gongo and Professor Larry Kennedy. Others will be joining us. So we invite you to come, sit back, tight as we bring this to you. So, guys, if you just joining us, just share it. We are on Hot FM, Truth FM, Real TV, and also on YouTube. So you are joining us. It's my pleasure to welcome you this evening to the Closing Argument. Been a great day, and we're looking forward to a great program, having a great conversation with the former mayor of Liberia. But again, sit back as our guests make their way. We will be bringing in the mayor. But for now, sit back. Let me just welcome some of you that I can see, not by YouTube, but would like to welcome Arna Tiller. He's watching from Michigan. Fred Clark. Welcome. Joe Mahin, welcome as well. James Coyote, Joe Man, welcome. James, welcome. And Ruben Cunning, welcome. Zizi Even Bala, yes, we are live on Hot FM. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Truth FM, thank you for all you do to keep us going, and Hot FM as well. You guys the pillar of our program, and you guys have really worked. But we'd like to welcome you guys. Our panelists are making their way. I know today's Friday, and a lot of people are either in the traffic, but getting ready. Too many jobs will soon be joining us, and others. Welcome, Morris Kruma. Uh, uh, Good evening, Ed, Nick, Guy. Welcome. So we'd like to welcome everybody. The former mayor of Montserrat, Mayor Jefferson Kochi, will be our guest here today. It's going to be a very fascinating show, and we're looking forward to bring it live to you. So welcome everybody. As you make your way, just hit the share button, and it's going to be exciting. You don't want to miss this edition. You just don't want to miss it. It's going to be a special show today. You don't want to miss it, man. Uh, um, Yes, it's going to be great. By the way, we want to tonight extend sympathy to the family of my very good family man, cousin, uh, Macon Gawe. Very good guy, family man. Macon passed last night from heart attack in Delaware. So our thoughts and our prayers are with Macon today and his family and all our family members. We want to wish them over Gawi and all the others. We want to wish you guys deepest sympathy for a very good soul, very strong, beautiful soul that departed us today. So we'd like to welcome you guys. Welcome Bismarck Goody William. Uh, 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 welcome. You say what? I don't know what you mean by that, Bismarck, but welcome Bismarck Goody William. We'll be bringing in the mayor soon, but we just want to make sure that the other panelists are here because it's going to be a fascinating show today. You don't want to miss it. You just don't want to miss it. It's going to be a very fascinating show. Ben Sanvee, the others, will be joining us shortly, guys. So a lot of things happening in Liberia. Let me just bring you Asata Miller and Miller. Good evening, close and Acme. I'm watching from Soul Clinic Community. Welcome. Well, a lot of things happening today, folks. If you follow the local news, I understand the president of Liberia, Joe Boakai, has left the country for Indonesia, the Indonesia African Summit, and he's also going to go to China as well. So it's a lot happening. I'm going to bring you some of the local news that's happening right now. Just a gist of some of the what's happening in the country. Front Page Africa has just reached out to us, and I may just come up with a very attractive headline, and it's worth reading. Said President Barker leads high-level Liberian delegation to China amid amid ongoing quote outsourcing negotiation. The port, the outsourcing of the port and negotiation. So it's interesting. It appears that there's some reports going on. Front Page Africa. I don't doubt Front Page Africa when they come up with the story. I don't doubt them at all. But Front Page Africa is reporting that allegedly there's some kind of negotiation for the outsourcing of the National Port Authority to China. So the headline here today from NPA says uh, motives motive behind the China trip. What is the motive behind the China trip? It's interesting, very very interesting. I don't have time to read it, but I will read that to you later on. Uh, 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 and it's talking about the speaker, Olabaji Fonati Kofa, is demanding answer, I think, to the budget, the draft recast. He already sees it. He put a hold on pending budget alteration. There was report that the budget was altered. The new budget it will alter, and he wants to know. He's demanding answers. So that's what we have. Well, he said the National Port Authority may be outsourced, and if you outsource this to a Chinese company, uh, I hate to say this, but we'll be done because you know what's going to happen. Well, we'll see what happened. What happened on the China African Summit? What Liberia stand to benefit? And then that's from the Africa is reporting that. So I'm quoting one of Liberia leading print media, which is Front Page Africa. They are reporting there are motives behind the trip, and there are negotiations for the outsourcing. I believe the put. You know, so we'll see what happened, and we're going to see what comes out of that trip to China and Indonesia. Other group reporting. We got the Verity News is also reporting EPA shut down China Union, the Environmental Protection Agency, have shut down the China Union. I believe is in violation of some, you know, violation of the policy. So they have shut it down. Then the financial FIA slams UBA with administrative sanction over non-compliance. UBA coming from the Verity News. Uh, and then I hear over 6,300 unverified Silver 7 to be blocked on government Liberia payroll. Okay. I'm just reporting it. I'm just reporting. I don't know the story. We're going to bring the story to you. It's just the headline that we just got from the Verity News. And then new down, House freezes draft budget. And then somebody saying the new Associate Justice, Sienna Johnson, Clinton Johnson says, we will rule by law, not by negotiation. All right. Y'all always say this kind of thing, man. Yeah. You're freeing people from, I don't want to get into that. Uh, so the new, what's this? The news. So Barker seek Asian support. The president left this morning. Uh, yeah, the news is also reporting about the China Union shutdown, and then the appointment of Augustin Gaffron as the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Liberia. Well, this has been in the making for a while. It's been behind. It has been in the making. So we know it was coming. It was going to appoint him. This brings to how many Lofians in the government? How many Lofians now you have in the government? So Liberia is a very interesting country. Very, very interesting. Uh, so, and then the Heritage newspaper talk about former AG John Mullu call for unity in Liberia. Oh, wow. Well, I thought they didn't have unity in Liberia. I thought they had unity. So when you issue fake a warrant to go and search people property and stuff, that's not unity. So, well, it's going to be interesting. Just waiting. I believe the others should be joining us shortly. Let me see who's there. The guys in the studio are getting all set. So, guys, as you make your way, please share this. Please share this. We should be coming on shortly. The mayor have been waiting behind for a while, so we hopefully will bring him on in about 5 minutes. We'll bring the mayor on, and then this all important discussion will begin. But this was happening. VP President, let's welcome Ahmed Dunso. It's good to see you. Yeah, the argument will be tough tonight. Be close tonight. Asada Dozen watching. Abu Kamar, what's up, Abu? Good to see you. Welcome to the closing argument. And Roden Nelson, welcome, Roden. Great to see you. Honorable Women Lee McCready. Good evening, women. Watching live from the headquarters of the CDC. So yes, we tonight, I guess, is the former mayor of the city of Monrovia, Mayor Jefferson Kochi, will be here with us tonight, and we're going to have a very sweet and friendly conversation. So we ask that you share the show. What's up, Puka Roberts? Good to have you, man. Thank you for hopping on as well. Houston. Jeff, hi family. Welcome, Houston. Welcome, Houston. So we are in the next few minutes. We will begin the show. The mayor will be here to talk about some trending issue in Liberia. We're going to talk about range of things. We're going to talk about the recent acquittal by the Supreme Court. Liberia of Miss. Very interesting. A lot of things happen. But again, welcome, Henry Doe from
Dr.
Massachusetts.
Peabody, please don't forget to announce our fundraiser for next week.
Yes.
It is very important that we remember to announce that with
Yeah.
all of the reporters that we are trying to put on ground. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to kind of throw that in there while
Right.
you're talking. Just remember to remind our audience that we got that major fundraiser coming up.
Yes.
So when I'm opportune to introduce myself as well, just like the mayor, I will also mention that.
Definitely. Definitely, guys. Yeah. Thank you, Lofa, for reminding me. But guys, next week, interestingly, the closing acumen will be hosting a major fundraiser because of your demand that we need to be on the air 5 days a week. We are trying to adjust our schedule as well, but with that adjustment, it comes other expensive, and we looking forward to do a special fundraiser next week to begin, so that we can transition into what you have requested. So we talking with some big money here. Our goal is to hit 5 grand by next week. We'll have that special show. We'll dedicate a whole day to raising funds for the closing acumen. So we want to give you enough time to prepare and to come up and donate. We're going to bring you on, and you're going to come on the show, and you're going to make a donation as well. So we want to do that. We want to do that because we want to keep you in the loop. We got to hold this government to tax when we want to bring it to you in a very fair and honest way. So welcome, guys. Don't forget next week Friday, we're gonna do this big fundraiser for the closing acumen. Next week Friday, man. Don't run away. Come. Don't, especially our brothers and sisters. Come. You know, we want to raise at least 5 grand. That's the only way we can keep it going. 5 days a week, or even 4 days a week, even 3 days a week. It's expensive, but we're gonna work it out. I'm sure you guys love us, and we love you guys as well. So we're gonna do that. So welcome, guys. In about 2 or 3 minutes, we will bring the mayor on. We're definitely gonna start. We're not gonna keep him too long because it's about time. He been waiting. He was there on time, and we are waiting for the rest. Ben Sanvee, Tomalin, George, Grace Guar. We're giving you guys 2 or 3 minutes, and then we're going to begin this show. Kerabu, Gunglu, and others will give you 3 minutes, and then we're going to jump right into it. We don't want to keep the media too long. Uh, uh, so welcome. We got the folks reaching out. Elijah K. Cully. Uh, he said, "Thank you, guys, for your good work and watching. So watching live from Kakatan City. Thank you, man. We love to hear from you in places like Kakatan and other places. I would love to hear from you. Ishmael Kamar, follow. Great. Welcome, Ishmael. Welcome. Josh, Josh Wetu. He's watching from Sano County. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful place. I've been there before. I went there one and I enjoyed the food that they cook. I think it's something like fufu and the pan butter. That is so rich and nice. I love that. Good food. Kelvin Morris Johnson. He's here from my aunt Monrovia. Welcome, Kevin. Welcome. Uh, 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 and Rhonda Nelson. Welcome. Watching from the biggest political party headquarters. Welcome. Otello Swat. Welcome, Otello. Pookie Robert. He said, welcome, powerful SG Kochi. Welcome. I've been looking. Good news. Welcome, Abby. Welcome. Good evening to all. Justice Sogo. He said, good evening to all the panelists. Closing I can watching you guys from Police Academy. Beautiful, man. We love to hear from you guys. I'm following John K. Coco. I'm following the leader and teacher, SG, uh, uh, of our party. Good. O'Malley Morris. We are following leader. This is O'Malley Morris from CDC Intellectual Militant. All right. Welcome, O'Malley. Musu Morris Cassell. Welcome. She's watching us from Canada. Awesome. Nice, Musu. Josiah Masale. He is watching from Liberia. Grace is at the back. Let me bring Grace in. Welcome, my dear sister Grace. It's good to see you again on this Friday. Welcome, Grace. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Yes. With law LIB, the party remains supreme. Okay, my big brother Edwin Craw. It's good to hear from you. And man, guys, we got have our sympathy, man. We know my own cousin Macon Gawe departed this world yesterday. I'm devastated, but yet I'm still here. You know. So guys, welcome. Hopefully in 2 minutes we will bring the mayor on and we will start. The mayor will be coming. He will be talking about a lot of things. Glory. I'm closest following from Coffee Fund Caldwell. Welcome, Glory. It's good to have you. Glory. It's good to have you. Yeah, folks, you're making your way. Keep sharing. A lot of folks are joining. Keep sharing. I see a lot of folks are joining. Keep sharing. It's going to be a power pack. We want to listen to the mayor. We want to talk about a series of things. But let me give you one. We want to keep this civil. We want to keep it going. We want to have a great show. Guys, do not put your emotion into this. No cussing here today. All right? We want to have a great show. Don't be cussing people here today. Look, man, if they disagree, just accept it. You ain't got to be cussing nobody on the show here today. That's why politics are like. You know, politics is not cussing. You know, you can agree to disagree. So that's what happened. But Chairman Ben is here as well, and Ben is actually moderating today. So we are kind of far ahead, so we want to jump right into the program, Chairman.
So,
Introduce.
Dr. Peabody, who made Ben moderator today? I'm, you know what? Bye, guys.
My man, on camera is not many people, man.
Man, I think, guys, it's all set. Everything is set. The show, we are all set. See, decent and people from all over the world is watching the closing argument. So at this time, we'd like to turn it over to our chief political strategist.
Look at
Whatever, man. We have Chris, the only female political strategist on this show.
And we put moderating the show today. Don't worry.
She said, as it is, she's dusting her back. So please don't get cause anybody here today. The mayor is here, and I tell you, he will move and he will tell us everything what's happening. Ben, it's over to you, man.
Thank you, guys. It's good to be here. Thank you. We are hearing feedback.
Somebody got the radio on.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. All right. Well, it's good to be here. We're definitely excited today. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with the former mayor of the city of Monrovia, the current Secretary General of the former ruling Coalition for Democratic Change and Congress for Democratic Change. There's an argument whether they stay a coalition or not. We're going to ask him all those questions today. Is the CDC still a coalition? He's the custodian of records according to the way the structure is put in place, right? The Secretary General is the custodian of records. So we're looking forward to having a very fascinating conversation with him today. This is a no-holds-barred conversation. All questions can be asked. You can ask him whatever questions. I think he is prepared for it. He's been in the news a lot of late. I think he held a press conference yesterday. I have a few questions from that press conference. We also want to know, we're going to be talking about the meeting. I believe he was in that meeting with ECOWAS, the ECOWAS Commission chairperson, with former President George Weah. We want to know what was discussed in that meeting without maybe him breaking confidentiality. We also want to know, is the CDC still going to be located at the headquarters that we know that the CDC, that place has become a known location for the CDC. I mean, I think about it all the time. I can't even imagine the CDC without that headquarters. So we want to know from him, is the CDC still going to be occupying those premises? And then obviously we're going to be having conversations around issues of national concern. Where, how the CDC lost the last election. Why did they lose? As Secretary General of the party, he should also know what were some of the pitfalls, what were some of the places that they fell short. Those are all the conversations. So please keep sharing the show. I mean, you can see, I think this is a highly anticipated show. We're already at 2,000 and counting. So this is a highly publicized show. So is he ready? Is the mayor ready for us to just jump into the conversation? I think everybody here is set and ready. St. Tomalin George just joined us with a beautiful shirt. But Tomalin, I thought I'd actually you were wearing to the wedding. You I'm just messing with you. But Tomalin, it's good to see you. Welcome. You want to say something before we bring the mayor in?
So I was here before Tomalin.
Oh, sorry, I thought you spoke.
You did? No, I did not speak, sir.
But I was saying, I thought you spoke. I came late. So you and everybody were on the show.
Grace, that's how they treat those of us who are not politicians. It's okay. Yeah. Let's just live with it.
I didn't know that. Go ahead, Grace. Go ahead.
Well, I'm happy to be here. My name is Grace Guar. And if you see tonight, I'm wearing the Lawani t-shirt, Liberian Women Advocacy Network International. So I'm wearing the t-shirt tonight to represent the women on the platform, to speak to the chairman. Is he the chairman? Secretary General, Mr. Koji, on this day. Thank you.
That all you wanted to say, you were making plans.
That all.
Go ahead, Tommy. It's great.
Well, it's good to be on a closing argument. Just that it's a sad day for many of us. we lost our dear friend yesterday evening, Malcolm Gawi, and we've been disturbed all through since last night, and it's really close to home. We are praying for his family and praying for all the us who are friends and acquaintances of Brother Gawi. Just want to keep everyone else in your prayers, because it's a tough time for all of us. We're very close, very close people together. But with that being said, today we have the mayor of Liberia's the Secretary General of Liberia's largest and main opposition political party, the former Mayor of Monrovia, Jefferson Tamakoji. And I'm happy that the mayor is coming on the show tonight. There are a lot of stuff that been said, that been accusation on him, and came to find out that most of these things that he were accused of, since the new government came to power, I've noticed the police being vindicating him. So perhaps he will share more light on it. But we are prepared to engage the mayor and want to welcome him again. So it's good to be back on the closing argument with Mayor Jefferson Koji for the first time.
Is this the first time here?
The first time, yeah. The man with me, inviting the man just being
okay. Well, Mayor, it's good to see you. Thank you for accepting the invitation and making yourself available. It's been a long time coming. Studio, y'all please work on the feedback. I'm hearing myself. If you guys can please work on the feedback a little bit. So we want to give you the opportunity to give your opening statement. Again, like I've said in the intro, this is going to be a no holds barred conversation. Nothing is off the table. You are the Secretary General of the major opposition party in the country. You're the former mayor of the capital city of our country. So there's a lot of people who want to hear from you. And I can tell you, you can already see from the number that a lot of people want to hear from you. People are sharing the show. I'm getting messages all over. I think the numbers keep climbing. So we want to thank you for accepting the invitation and then begin the process. So Mayor, the floor is yours. Go ahead and give your opening statement, and then we will go into questioning.
Well, thank you. It is my pleasing duty at this point in time to have an opportunity to share my perspective with you and the Liberian people, both nationally and internationally. I want to be very grateful to God. I'm getting a feedback. You okay? I hear him.
Say he's hearing himself, so.
You want checking the microphone then?
Okay, we're gonna wait while they set this thing up. The mayor will then let them go ahead and change his location. Guys, what are your is it good now?
All right.
Are you good now, Mayor?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, better.
Okay, good.
Yeah, better now.
All right, good. Go ahead.
I'll come for hearing myself.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sir.
Well, thank you again. This is my debut. Like Tomalin just said. And Tomalin, let me say to you, right after the elections, this is my first real public appearance. And we try to manage our space. I want to begin with recognizing in sympathy with the owner of this facility, Musa Hassan Bility, being told that he lost his security and his job. So as a political institution, a member of the opposition bloc, we want to publicly convey our sympathy like we did initially. We want to say, yes, convey our deepest sympathy. We also want to extend it To the friends that were being mentioned by Tomalin George, we may not know him. We also want to extend our sympathy to his family. Having said that, I want to say thank you so kindly. And two things happening here. One, uh, my last appearance here was the time the late Mamadi Dakete, and that was our time in opposition. And today, I try to repeat that history. Second one, I see a good friend, Peabody, Madam Grace, and all of the great and wonderful and amazing panelists. Sometimes people wonder why we try to manage our space. It's because people are very deceptive. Not everyone you see who provide a platform and to communicate the burning issue of our country, you consider them to be genuine people. I would quickly want to reference your friend before I delve into the issues that you mentioned here. Take, for example, your former good old friend, all of you guys, when he came to Liberia, very little unknown character. He got very close to powerful individuals in the country, pretended to be a very good person, not knowing he was a very dangerous species. And after a while, he began to show his real head. Today, he's one of the challenges our country is faced with, and we have to decisively deal with it. As you sit here today, I look in your faces. Some of you guys are victims of his actions. And that's why we do not want to be too quick to avail ourselves in the name of trying to talk to our people and disseminate information. And we elevate a platform that will end up becoming a dangerous platform that will destroy or put our country at risk. It's always against our backdrop, so we look at them. But I want to say, closing argument, you've been doing quite well over the period of time. I want to encourage you for your sacrifices and commitment, and you continue to stand up. For us, it's not to promote us, it's to be able to stand for the truth and stand for this country in any form and manner so that the country can be transformed and the country can benefit from your patriotism and your nationalism. I will call here today to say to us about what has been transpiring over the period of time. I want to share with you. I will begin with the incident. I don't know, permit me, let me take the thing off my ear and I will talk freely because it keeps disturbing me. Like I
Okay.
can't hear myself.
If you take the earphone, will you still be able to hear
okay,
us?
much better.
Okay, can you hear us though?
Yeah, when you're ready to respond now, then I will be able to put.
Oh, okay.
To use it. So we want to begin with the situation at the CDC headquarters. Ben, on the 5th of August, I was in Nuku time and I got a call at the party headquarters that a well-armed police officers has invaded our party headquarters. And the question is, what would have led to their invasion? And I quickly phoned to the party chairperson who also told me he was on the scene. And the atmospheres were quickly wrapped with the sense of panic and pandemonium. So without hesitation, we made our way at the party headquarters. And for truth, when we get on the grounds of the party headquarters, we met a total state of pandemonium. And when we followed through, there were heavily armed men, owing to the fact what transpired at the grounds of the party headquarters in 2011, the infamous November 7th, where policemen on the same ground perpetrated evil against our people. And I was able to engage, quickly requested who was the commander. And I asked the commander, what are you doing on the grounds of our party headquarters? And he quickly said, he could not explain to us clearly. And I said to him, you would do yourself a favor to leave this premises because situation is getting unusual. People are panicking, property have gotten destroyed only because of your presence. Some of the old men who the old women who served who at the party headquarters, they fled out of fear. So the state of pandemonium was indeed in place. So be as it may, and they too saw the growing tension. People was agitating, you could see civilian, everybody, and they were well armed. And I said to them, and how come? The commander, at that time, he allowed his sense of reasoning to set in and left. On the 22nd again, after we have learned on our intelligence that the Unity Party regime, under the stewardship of Mr. Boakai, has planned to send mercenary on the grounds of the party headquarters to have weapons planted and drugs planted in accomplishing his desire of erasing the CDC. We took that intelligence very seriously, and we tried to put the necessary mechanism into motion. The political leaders were, without delay, communicated about the evil plan of Mr. Boakai. To put this evil plan into manifestation on the 22nd, 2 a.m., around 3 a.m., the party headquarters was invaded by state mercenaries with the sole intent purpose to put weapons on the ground surreptitiously and then claiming that the CDC was in possession of illegal weapons. They see the sedition with their courage quickly with neighboring community dwellers alarmed to the situation earlier 3 a.m. With that alarm, they became, and through being told, the reason we carefully call them state mercenaries, because they could not even find their way out. So he just draw to the conclusion that these people was being unified into state uniforms and with a direct instruction, but unfortunately for them, they were not aware of the terrain. So on the basis of that, it limited to accomplish their mission. So they were chased out of the party headquarters. And they arrested some of the partisans. A few other persons got badly wounded. Quickly tried to contact the authority. Fortunately for us, the president was out of the country. The justice minister was out of the country. The inspector general out of the country. Be as it may, we stayed contacted. Some of them out of the country. I think the NSA director was also contacted directly and asked them. And we're interested to know none of them could have, they could have spoken with divinity to also tell us that yes, indeed, we were greeted with mist and disinformation. Some people claim that there was a raid near the party headquarters, and that was a bull-faced lie. As I speak to you now, I will encourage you to take your microphone into that community and see there is no semblance of ghetto in our community. Those are full dwellers that live in our community. And interestingly, that community is a community that CDC have never won. That's how interesting it is. In fact, it is a unity party infested community. Our history has proven. So the people were too sharp. They were in total shock when the heavy armed men passed through and trying to find their way to the CDC headquarters. That was not enough. Because their mission was not completed, they insisted to complete their mission to enter the grounds of the Congress of Democratic Change. And as we said beyond this microphone, it just takes the brazen courage and the undaunted resistance of these young men and women who protected the sacredness of the party headquarters with their sweat in ensuring that these men with their evil plan could not succeed in doing such. 500 plus canister were each shot on the grounds of the Congress of Democratic Change. Men were brutalized. Citizens were seriously injured. Went on the grounds, called the political leader. Immediately he said, Jeff, let us now forward near Khartoum to the temptation of the Unity Party regime. I am calling upon you to ensure that everything is safe and calm. And I walk out to the street and asked the commander, I say, you people should not permit yourself to become pawn in the hands of these desperate politicians who are actively geared towards plunking this country into disaster. Or who have it, our partisans listening. And the next day we had a National Executive Committee meeting. And in that meeting, the CDC were able to catalog systematically what the regimes have been doing over the period of time. And we thought, even though CDC is a peaceful party, its political leader is a peaceful person, but that peace has its limit. That peaceful nature certainly has a limit. We cannot endanger the lives of people who subscribe to the philosophical belief Democratic Congress of Democratic Change when they've been chased in their residence homes only because somebody perceived. So we thought to call the attention of stakeholders, both national and international. The political leader decided to put Mr. Guar on notice along with regime. ECOWAS were written. We want to seize this time to appreciate the swift response of ECOWAS. President Toure responded. He came to town. We had an opportunity in a meeting. The president systematically laid out one. He said to President Toure that you know my record, the CDC since 2005, when in our elections with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, we were not certified, but we thought that the peace of this country is greater than our quest to govern this country. We accepted the results. 2011, if I'm in 2005, to tell you how the president demonstrated, not just expressing, and that's why we can frankly say to you, no political institution have contributed to the peace the stability of this country more than what the CDC have done over the period of time. Not just by expression, but by demonstrated concrete actions. The political leader accompanied the then President Ellen Johnson's leave to Washington, D.C. When Madam Sirleaf were going to advocate for debt waiver of our country. So she, for elections were over, so we said we have one country. If it is true, then even the major political leader of the country must accompany the current president. His Excellency Dr. George Manneh, we did that without hesitation. At that time, our elections were verified. 2011, we went to these processes in the midst where today Bouaka has rewarded men who are notorious murderers on the infamous November 7th. Our partisans were murdered, broad daylight. Our partisans were angry. But again, His Excellency Dr. George Manneh, we have said to us that the CDC, it is a populous people revolution. It's not an armed struggle. It's not a warring faction. For all of those things, let us manage to consolidate the peace. He attended the inauguration, along with his wisdom.
Mayor, 1 second.
In the eyes of our
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to give you enough time to kind of lay the premise, and I'm glad that you did. What I'm going to do now is we're going to go around the horn because people are going to ask questions that would definitely lead you into what you were talking about, the history of what has happened and all of that. So I think you give us a very good basis for us to start the questioning. So what we're going to do is we're going to go around the horn, and I know there are going to be one or two more people joining us. I think Robert may join. I don't know. He's getting married tomorrow, so I'm not sure if he's going to join. But Lofa is still here. Toga, Sylvester, Pee-wee. So I will give people the opportunity to go around. So we'll start with Grace. Can he hear us? Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay, can you hear us now? Is it better?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So what we're going to do, SG, is we're going to ask Grace to ask her first two questions. And then from there, we'll go around to, I think, Peabody, Tomalin, Toga. I will hold my questions for now. Grace, go ahead.
Grace, go ahead. So I don't think he's hearing us.
I hear you now.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. So, Mr. Koji, I hear Ben Sanvee referring to you as mayor. I also hear you referring to yourself sometimes on your post and thing as Mayor Koji. And I wanted to ask you, why are you still referring to yourself as a mayor? Why there is another mayor in that position? Do you think it's right for you to do that? And and why?
No, Madam Grace, I no point in time I have said I exited that office with my power. I've never called myself mayor. So you can check it out. I don't know whether you've been told or you saw it yourself. If you did, I would be pleased for you to display it here. But I've never done such.
Okay, Mayor, let me ask, and I will still call you Mayor. Let me.
I don't think you should. I don't think it's fair to the other person.
No, but wait, Grace. Grace. Let me provide some education here.
So who's so?
To you, I'm trying to. I mean, we're all learning, right?
Okay, go ahead.
I'll give you a prime example. When someone holds a position, that's why you still call Obama today President Obama. People still call Hillary Clinton Secretary Clinton. It doesn't mean that it's another. No, not all the time. It's not necessary. That's what I'm just trying to say. So it's not like we're disrespecting the current mayor, but when someone holds a position, it's like me. People still call me chairman, not because there is a national chairman today of the Liberty Party, but when you hold a position, a title, that title can still go along with you until your last known title you can carry. You can do some research, you can even see it.
In
Hillary
certain,
Clinton
in,
people call
certain, in
her.
certain capacity, but not in certain capacity.
So
So let
what
me
I'm
school
saying
you as
is,
well.
what I'm
Chairman
saying,
for political party can still be referred to as Chairman Ben Sanvee because it
Grace,
was a political.
Grace,
This is a
let make
government
some
position.
progress. Let make some progress,
All right.
Grace. Grace, let make some progress. You don't have to call him mayor. Let's just move forward.
Yeah, we're gonna move forward, but I wanted Mr. Koji himself to answer the question. He did answer the question, but you yet to defend.
No, I'm
stuff,
trying to say to you, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying to you,
No,
there's
in my
nothing wrong with it.
opinion, there's something wrong with it.
And that's fine. That's
Yeah.
fine, Grace.
In
That's
my
fine. That's why I
opinion,
say
it's
you don't have to call him mayor. That's fine.
It's a government position now. If he was mayor in his party, they can refer to him as mayor, even if they have a new sitting mayor. But it's a government position, and he has ever agreed now that he doesn't refer to himself. So I think you people should stop referring to him as mayor because he already is Secretary General in his party. He should take that title and carry it on. So I just wanted to clarify that, Mr. Koji. My second question is that I am the president for Liberian Women Advocacy Network International. We fight for human rights. We also fight against abuse of women and men and children. So I know that there was a sanction on you concerning human rights abuse, and I see you very, very. You just like you really not paying attention to that. I will not say you don't care because I don't know what within you, but you don't show no kind of that you just lackadaisical about this whole thing. So I want to know, how do you plan to clear your name if you are actually was accused wrongly on that sanction? How you plan to clear your name for the rest of the Liberian people to know that there was no human rights abuse here, but at the same time you were sanctioned by the American government concerning that. So how do you clear proceed in clearing your name for the rest of us to know that you did not do these things?
So then I will beg you to give me some latitude so that I can deal with this question. I think that's a very interesting question. Madam Grace, you see what Chairman Ben said, I'm aware of it. But the reason why I responded to you, you said you've been referring to yourself through writing. I haven't done that. And that's why I said, if you have any evidence towards that, you can display that.
Okay.
Also very interested in what you just asked. You see, before my initial comment, I said how people are very dangerous. As a young man, born and raised from Lofa to West Point, I was gas-selected because of political reasons. I think the best thing for my accusers to avail the facts that they claim that this man was an human rights abuser, a human rights violator. When I was here, I started as a young student activist. My history is right in Liberia. It's so interesting that political people present Jefferson Koji as being so dangerous. But this is the Koji who is celebrated in the community. Where are my victims? Where are their families? Why are they not present? And interestingly, I wrote an article. My greatest accusers are all top-notch government officials. They have what it takes today. They run this country. They said Koji was so powerful and Koji was invisible in terms of prosecution, in terms of accountability. What I have done, I go to bed with peace of mind. I know I've been lied on. Take, for example, the issue of the late Chala Musu. The only thing that happened, a platform was provided, a learner counselor, Sharon Verdier, mounted the podium and presented a narration that can be defined as a movie. And everybody was in acceptance, only because Koji was a very powerful person. Today, this little girl whose life was being taken away in a very gruesome way, today, no one cared to ask, where is Jerome Verdier? Why is he not saying the truth? Why is he not helping the police? The court said there was not sufficient facts established. But Jerome Verdier this incident occurred on the 22nd. On the 23rd, Jerome Verdier was on a platform where hundreds and thousands of people were following and called this man called Jefferson Koji, and he narrated that Koji, when the police called him, he said he was only trying to provide lead. Nobody, it's what the hypocrites, the hypocrisy of our society. It's not that people are interested in right. It is a class system. Apparently, some are unfortunate to be part of the class that should be considered as serious people in this country. And so because of that, we must be ostracized. We must be looked down upon. We owe no apologies for ourselves. We are very grateful to God. We fought our way. I'm an orphan. I didn't have an opportunity to be reared in a house. I grew up on the beaches of West Point. And to come out and become mayor of the city, I'm very grateful to God for that. And I'm very appreciative of His Excellency Dr. George Manawia. I have done nothing absolutely wrong. And I'm here in this community, and the true people who know us, they know us very well. They cannot fall victim to the political chicanery that been muted against our personality. Thank you.
All
Chris,
right.
no, Chris, you got another question, right, Chris?
Yeah.
She just
Yeah,
So,
2 questions
okay.
each. And then
She just
Nick,
asked two
So,
questions.
no, I did not ask
Yeah.
you a question. The first one was just to clarify that major
Okay.
thing,
Go
but
ahead.
mayor thing. My second question to you, and thank you for answering the question, because it is concerning. So I hope you go further in trying to clear your name, because it's international sanctions. So I don't know. I will be watching to see that. But now you have this. You have your wife and your children here in the States, right?
Yes.
Okay. They are very safe and sound, and they are privileged to opportunities. They're also privileged to safe drinking water. They're privileged to light 24/7 and all of that. So thank God for them. But do you think that it's okay to put other people's children and their future on block, for a political party, especially you being the Secretary General right now? What are you people having in place for those people who fought with you 20 years that you were fighting, and then you came into power, and then after you left power, what is it that you have in place to help them while they learn, at the same time make money while they're learning, for their future, instead of them just being behind this whole political thing? You will say, oh, this and that, and throwing flag up and down. What is in place for these people? What you and your political leader, President Weah, have actually put in place for these children, these young people?
You see, Grace, in wrestling play, my dear, you ask the question, paradoxically, you are seated in America. You comfortably ask a question. And sometimes you feel by asking a question, you come across that you are very concerning about those people you ask about. That's not the case. You as a person who plays a question, if you were to be asked, you sit with your family and everybody beside you. Do not be under the illusion that because you sit behind the microphone and you ask questions, then people who hear they pay less attention to the people. If these people you claim that we do not pay attention to, you will not be the one asking the question. These are people responsible, who understand, who know what they want, and nobody decide for them. And to even think that they are lesser thinking person, that Koji have to misuse them. Ambassador, we have to take advantage of them. It is the class system we talk about, my dear sister. Certain people believe that people like us, it's not in the category to provide leadership for our country. And we need to stop the CDC, and that's
That
why
was not my question, sir. That was not my question.
Okay, you see,
I asked you, what have you people put in place to help those people? That is
Please let the man answer the question. The man's trying to answer the question. If you're interrupting the man, you didn't answer the question.
Sylvester, please, you're not the host.
Sister
Sylvester,
Grace.
please. She can engage him with a follow-up.
If I'm not the host, if you're the host, you should go ahead and ask the host.
Grace.
You cannot answer the question.
You bring us.
Go ahead, Grace. Sylvester, please stop disturbing the show.
You need to remove yourself.
Sister Grace, you see, you enjoy the right to ask a question. Please permit me to have the similar right you enjoy to ask and to respond. Often, the one who asks does not enjoy how to dictate how the responses should be. And when you asking, I wait there for you and you place it. The way I understand your question, certain places that's how I will respond to it, my dear.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to say to you that these people, by just asking the way you asking, by inferring, you're thinking that these people, they are not intelligent enough to know what wrong is. And to even understand that even when they've been trampled upon, they are falling short to speak up for themselves. That's not the case. These are smart people. They may not be as fortunate as you are, but they know what they want. In the CDC, we do not constrict people to the ideology. It's a free will. People ascribe to it. The day you feel that you no longer believe that the CDC and its leadership is something you can follow, you will walk. You will disengage. You don't need somebody sitting in America to determine and to speak for you. That is unfair. So I say to you that those people, they are far smarter. They're only in search of opportunity. They will know exactly the effect and the impact of our leadership on their livelihood. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll go to Dr. Peabody, then we'll go to who else was here first? I'm trying to make sure Tomalin, then Tolga, then we'll go down the line. So Dr. Peabody, go ahead and ask your two questions. And let me just state for the record, Mayor Koji can defend himself. If people feel we just should not be disruptive. That's all. But I think if a panelist asks a question and they want to interject, they can be giving a chance to interject at least once, and then we can proceed. But we just don't want disruption, like a debate back and forth. That's all. That's why I allow Grace to go ahead and do that. So Peabody, you can go ahead.
Mayor Koji, good to see you. And again, we are honored to have you again on the Closing Acumen. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Peabody.
When I was on a former network, you came up there. There was a lady who was invited. I don't remember her name. I think Justina. She came up there and accusing you of a lot of stuff. At the end of the day, she couldn't even present nothing. In fact, she was so embarrassed, she ended up crying. I don't believe, Jefferson, I want to be very honest here, that sanction was fair. I don't believe you did anything, especially when you were talking to being, abusing people I don't believe that. Apparently, Jerome Verdi have some kind of animosity against you because exactly when India died, the Musu, how you call her,
Charlotte Musu, not Angel.
Charlotte Musu died. He came up again with with evidence that was totally wrong, and it appeared that he was trying to incriminate you the best way he could. Apparently, they went ahead and they succeeded. Honestly, they succeeded. They made up lies, and you guys could not fight, and then they were successful. But now we see that the whole group is in some kind of they are breaking apart now. There are a lot of stories around them and the organization and all of that from the recent hearing that was held on Capitol Hill. I don't believe you did it, but let me ask you, what have you done? What are you doing? My first question to really remove those false accusations against you, especially for Shalom Musu. I mean, he came up with a lie. I'm saying this straight up. He lied because he had no evidence. 1 minute it was Jefferson Kochi. The second time it was Musa Ability. So what have you done to clear your name? Because let's be honest, we may disagree. I've not always been a fan of you, but to be very deductive, I think what happened and those stuff that happened to you was wrong. What are you doing to actually get yourself out of such situation?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Peabody. That concern is not just only you. There are many people around the globe who know her personally, who know her from a distance. They are very concerned about that. Dr. Peabody, I'm a young and poor young man. I was here in the same country when people said Koji was a millionaire. Today, these same people say Koji is being evicted from a place. Koji lived to this place. Koji lived that place. To say to you, I do not have money to fight myself ascension, but I believe in God. And with time, truth will set in. And the issue about the late Musu Chala, I think it was God who confused them. And that's the reason why today we have gotten vindicated. It happened with Justin Taylor, like you said. Everybody here was saying until she, as a person, she decided to confess. And said, Koji. And then the question I asked them and said, look, what is happening today? As we speak to you, Peabody, I can give you lists of people who have lost their life mysteriously. But it's not in my purview to say somebody is responsible for that. That is not politics. Our politics should not be vicious. Our politics should not be in that sense. We should debate the issues. We should go to our people. And that's why we do not hesitate to take major decisions. It's not our life to say, oh, yes, because we lost elections, it's the end of the country. We can't do that. How can people are all taking patriotic decisions, yet instead people take out to be evil people, troublemakers, and today they see things in front of wash your eyes, they can't say. And that's why we say it is a class system. And these people, it's not because they are interested in the truth, it's not because they love the country. A certain group of people, their understanding in their psyche are not supposed to be. So what I've done as a president, I pray to God, and the truth here is that I have done nothing, absolutely nothing I have done about that. Okoro Ascension, I don't have the millions of dollars, the thousands of dollars to go, no. But I believe in God unless I did what I was accused of. If I didn't do it, I'm certainly I will be free. You see, you have been persecuted. God knows the reason why coaches have been treated this way. And that's why I go to bed very healthy. I wake up, I do my normal life. Because those things that said about me, they have no iota of truth. So that people, I'm not going to stress myself about that. I'm going to continue to live at Jefferson Koji. I have done nothing absolutely wrong. And I continue to say, take for example, the Chalamutu case. I want to call publicly here, let the government re-establish a case. We all want to find the murderer. Let that jury verdict come. Now it is the Unity Party. They were visiting people. You have one senator here, he would claim by the very loud mob and he has so much sympathy for people here. He was visiting people. But today, people are dying. We don't see that. We don't see that senator asking what transpired to Kawe, what transpired to Broadway, what transpired to EW Junction, what transpired when a presidential motorcade took a life of a motorcyclist. Today, these people are nowhere around. The fake, symbolic, humanitarian showmanship cannot be seen. I understand what you have said to me, but the truth here is I have done absolutely nothing. I will continue to be Koji. I will live at Koji, and only time will prove us here. If I have done anything, I will not escape it. Ask a second question after all the things I've said. Many times ago in America, some people saw me and said, "Oh, Jeff, what are you doing with your name just be repeatedly?" I said, "How do I control that?" If people think by calling my name repeatedly is to create an impression, to create an impression so I can be stigmatized, I can't do it. But the only issue is it's easy to say, but it cannot be proven. It will never, ever be proven. They told you that I brought guns in this country. On the same platform, they said Koji brought guns. It took the police to say to you there. And we asking, they say auditor passed away. We asking them to investigate. They should prove to the Liberian people because you came on the basis here that people were mysteriously disappearing. People were criminals in this country. Today you have a country. Today we haven't taken a step anywhere. We have built ourselves. You must bring, because before you accuse her, you should be telling us that all of the facts were at your disposal. But instead, such a thing is not happening. I can tell you on this show today, one day on this platform, you will be true testimony of my vindication in this country. God do not make mistake. Thank you.
And I wish you all the best, Jefferson. I strongly believe that was not that sanction was just kind of unjust, based on our own people going against each other. But let me ask you this question. Recently, there was an attack on the CDC headquarters. It was reported that the warrant that they obtained to even search was fake. And President Weah petitioned the ECOWAS, and they sent a delegation. I don't know whether you were part of the meeting, but what did you guys tell them, and what did ECOWAS tell you?
Well, the president was very decisive. I was in a meeting. Yes, I was there. It was a delegation, the ECOWAS delegation. The president in the meeting, Len Eugene Nangwe, and myself was in the meeting as well. And the president, just when he outlined it in his letter, he was very clear to the president that the unprovoked attack, a systematic attack on the CDC as an institution and its partisans and leaders got to stop. He think that Mr. Boakai is deliberately undermining the peace of our country. Just for example, Mr. Boakai came on the basis of trying to fight corruption. The National Security Advisor of former President Weah and a former Solicitor General and the former Finance Minister was indicted on a flying sheet. Up to present, there is no indictment. What our law says about that? Our law says you must form a grand jury. The grand jury must form an indictment. Today, what did they do? They went and the former national security advisor along the Solicitor General, they were called, paraded, celebrated. And you think that the way you solve the Liberian port issue? You just joking. The real issue will confront you. The issue about the salary increasement will confront you. The issue of job creation will confront you. The issue of finding the bread and butter of the Liberian people will confront you. Just like, but you could easily lie to come to power, but you cannot lie to govern the country. Up to present, there have been no formal indictment. So those are things that the president flagged. The president, even the Supreme Court, issue about obtaining job, issue about personally wish hunting people, taking job from Liberians, only because you perceive that they are associated with the ideology of the Congress for Democratic Change and the Coalition for Democratic Change. They become your target. See, the president, or one of the things you have very clear again, he said to them, he said, 6 years when he led this country, he allowed the Unity Party to display their constitutional franchise. And he said, as the leader of the opposition, he must enjoy similar rights. And the partisans of the Congress of Democratic Change must be permitted to enjoy similar rights.
Thank you. We'll go to Tomalin George. From Tomalin George, we'll go to Toga, and then we'll go to Sylvester, Kelabo, and then Lofa.
Well, it's good to be with you.
Actually, before you to do, no, after you, Tomalin, we'll go to Toga, and then we'll go to Lofa. Lofa was here before Pee-wee and Kelabo. Just point of correction. Go ahead.
Okay, it's good to be again with you on this platform. With your Koji. Let me just say something. As universal is universal something that once you had a position before, you always refer you. Like you said, readily said, you as an individual will not refer to yourself in that role, but people will always say so. So that's why, as long as you live, they'll always call you a mayor, except you go to a higher position, but they'll always call you a mayor. That's how it is, even so that's how it's universal. So I don't say it's a big deal when people call you a mayor. You're a mayor, it's true. And so they will be calling me Yakoji. But with that being said, one of the things that is eating the very fabric of society today is lies and rumor. And like I joined Peabody to say, look, I'm yet to see any evidence. Everything the people have said about this young man, about you, to say, well, there's the evidence, and that is evidence. Bring it forth. Whenever I hear these discussions, bring it forth. But people will just say these things, and with all no evidence, no facts. And to be honest with you, your sanction today is because of people the same things that happen. But I will tell you this though: don't be afraid. You should fight this sanction. You should make sure that you are heard. Let the American people let them hear from you too. You should fight it. There are a lot of good lawyers around, so that you can be vindicated. Because let the evidence be brought forward that what we are sanctioned for human rights. Let it show the human rights that you violated. So that as a young man, I remember that day vividly. I was driving when they sanctioned you. Ben Sanvee was on the phone with me. He said, "Oh, this young man, they have destroyed this young man's life." The first thing he told me, he said, "I destroyed the young man's life." And it was just there. He said, "I feel so bad." I never forget that incident or conversation we have on the phone. But honest with you, I'm happy you avail yourself today on this platform to be heard, to hear your story, and open a challenge to people. Say, open the lines. If anyone who feel that I've violated the human rights or did anything wrong to them, let them call. Let them come forward. I had to hear your press conference, you challenged them. You said, now that we're not in power, let the people who accuse me, my accusers, come forward. So now we get to see it. So I think I would say this: you should not give up. You should fight for your to be vindicated. Don't just sit down and say, "Well, no, I don't care." No, fight for it, because you have a whole future ahead of you. Don't let this stuff remain on you. Hope you really think about it and fight for it. My question is, I heard your press conference, and you said yesterday, you said that the CDC will no longer accept the last time on your premises. Can you please elaborate further on what you meant by that? That no more will you allow what happened on the premises of the CDC the last time the police and you guys got into some tussle. Can you elaborate more?
Yeah, Tomalin, thank you for this solidarity comment. It's a very tough thing, and I will say that to you. It's a very, very tough thing. But I can say to you that my spirit is not broken. As I speak to you, yes, I talk to the Americans. I'm in touch with the American embassy. We communicate, we exchange pleasantry. And like I said to you, the truth across to the ground will surely rise again. So we interact. But I will not say to you that we're going to find a lawyer. What I have done, I have written my story and presented my story. I'm not going to go beyond that. I'm going to be right here, and I'm going to live the life that I know best. And I know sincerely the biggest vindication is with, I'm a Christian. I have never doubted God, decision in my life. I say this to people, Tomalin, I said on your platform, my mother gave birth to me September 7th, 1985. On September 14, 1985, she passed out. So it was 7 days later my mother died. So I survived as a child, 7 days old, and I got to Monrovia at 7 years. In 7 years, I was in West Point. We did not have a formal education. We used to go on the beach with the Ghanaians. We used to push their canoe, and that's how we survived. We survived in the ghetto. If God, who be God, with our parents, and we were able to be located with our miseducation, today we can have an opportunity. We can sit to places and co-mingle with people who detest us. We are very grateful to God for that. And that's why we see, even President Weah today, when we met President Weah, we met him as a gate boy. We were opening his gate until one of those days, he got very interested and said, who is this dedicated young man? And he decided to engage me. And after our interaction, he got interested in my well-being. Today, I found myself. So I'm not surprised my challenges I encounter in life. And I'm a person who accepts my fate. If God could have taken me from where I came from and where I am, no man under the sun can destroy me, because you're not the one who who produced me. God, only God can destroy. You may attempt to come after our person, but I'm not too sure you can succeed. Some of those things are meant to strengthen us. We draw our courage in it. And that's what we say to our friends. We say, today we are here, like this, but they sit in hall. The person said, Coach, you were too corrupt. It's I'm 8 months. I've availed myself for audit. Go and check the city hall and see what a coach ever stole. Let one person raise their hand up and say, what could you have done to City Hall? They were the very inexperienced Jefferson Koji. It's the Koji who were producing deck on the street. Today, the street is glittering with gold. But hypocritically, today they cannot say a word. Am I surprised? Am I baffled? Certainly not. Because Koji is not some of those, he's not in some of those categories to be a mayor of a city, where certain people who claim they are the owners of this country will remain despised in their opinion. They will never accept us. And I'm very glad that a gongolo is sitting over there. He knows from when I speak, he knows exactly what it is. And sometimes when you speak it, they say we are being divisive. We're not divisive. It is what you have demonstrated to us. And that's why you are conditioned our life to be. And to say today, because they were very powerful friends in Washington, D.C. My mother did not see Morovia, and she died. My father did not own a bicycle, and he died. He was a hunter. He was a farmer, and he died. So it's easier for people like us to get unsanctioned because we have no relationship in Washington, D.C. People who talk to people in Washington, D.C., were they listening to us? I don't think they will do that. And today, see the paradoxical thing. The only charges on Jefferson Koji because Jerome Freda went to the microphone and said, Koji said Valitele. Who is Valitele? He fought war. No, yet, of course. In fact, they told you that Koji killed Valitele. Valitele, all of those things, people who said it, they are government official. But nobody. But it's a set mind. And say because of Jefferson Koji, every day you say this guy is a murderer, this guy is dangerous. Now one day you have succeeded in saying, yeah, it's what this guy has committed. He said, we let it with a McIntyre. What you say you let it with him? Do I ask you how the way you sound? He sound too arrogant. He said, oh, he didn't go to school. Of course, we are proud of who we are because your forefather and your parents are responsible for our miseducation. And that's why we owe no apology for the way we sound and our pouring courage. So we and we say to like people like Stanton Witherspoon, who today they sit and want to be the determiner of our governance in our country. You use your platform to cause chaos in this country. Forget about politics. A child life was taken, an innocent child, 29 years old. She was murdered. And a very prominent government official, it's easy to believe. So you say that Koji. So when you see all those things were being said, what today's Stanton Witherspoon, they slack that thing you can do is to call Jerome Verdier. And so, Mr. Verdier, the same way I afforded you the platform, it is a time now the country is waiting. We can't get a legal left back, but she needs justice. She needs closure. The woman who gave birth to that daughter, she wants to know how did her daughter, that mystery, what occurred, she wants to know. And you are the only, who knows, apparently, that lady could have found justice. But because the legs of Stanton Witherspoon and Jerome Verdier politicized, it undermined the legality, the opportunity to be able to, everybody just said their thing on Johnson Koji. And as a mayor, you know what I did? I waived my plea guilty. I went to the police station. I wrote a statement. I appealed myself. The last time, in fact, when the court said I want to hold me in contempt, I used motorbike. I drove there because I didn't want any doubt to appear Jefferson Koji were trying to shy away from justice. And thankfully, my God, Lord, I have never seen the woman before. The first time I saw this lady was in a court. The God, Lord, were there. Valitele, an interesting place. The day, the occurrence of that day. You always see that video where Koji was. I organized a program from morning to night, to the next morning. And then we see how God can work. And thankfully, Valitele with me at that program. It's a popular program. None of them thinking about it. No, I didn't even show it. And we played that video, and you see the exact day. One man just sit behind the microphone I think it's easier to just say, when you say Jefferson Koji, the public will believe it. What they did to me, they took my police director. They took him America. They offer him money. They recorded him. Say Koji brought weapon in the country. When they manipulated him, because God is God, when I reached out to him, he broke down in tears. What did he do? He returned to Liberia. A same old person today, Jerry Verder, who were participating in all of our political disco, he cannot talk again because he had something hanging on his head. He tried to lie on an innocent man. And you see what happened to put a stent on it? Stent on first son. And I said this to you. He took his son from Liberia and he's saying to Poland, what's up? You know what God have done to him? I Stanton with a spoon. Where in Western Poland, his son is in the ghetto. Samuel A. Stanton. That's how God treat people. God look at your heart. That your heart God can look at. And you think they lay there with die free, unless there's not a God in heaven. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how connected you are, I can assure you that blood that was spilled would not go without justice.
Thank you, Mayor Koji. Let's go to Toga, and then we'll come to Lofa.
I have one question. Eh?
No, you asked two questions, Tomalin. We got to proceed.
I was only one.
I beg you, we'll come back to you. I'm waiting for Tomalin. You're the co-host. I beg you. Because I'm looking at the time.
But Ben,
we still got a good bit of time. So
Ben, I actually posted something in the chat room that
Studio, can you put up the thing that we sent?
I travel tomorrow. I was only leaving, man. I gotta go prepare my project.
Studio, can you try to queue up that thing? And then Tommy ask your last question why they queue up the thing. Yo, hold on here. Let Tommy to do. Go ahead, Tommy.
Yeah. Okay. But let me ask you a question quickly. This is a sidetrack, but I see Secretary General Koji. I see people that you appointed on the last during the campaign. I see like our good friend Kev. I see he representing CDC at On Spoon. Is he representing CDC On Spoon?
The question you want to ask here?
I want to find out because the man claimed that he close to the president, he talks to the president every day.
You know, Tomalin, you get.
I want to know. I sure that I say, yeah, you know, but
Koji, you want to answer Tomalin, please?
Yeah, of course. I'll answer it.
Okay, go ahead.
Interestingly,
Tomalin, that gossip.
The man said he talked to every day, president. We every day. So why?
Thank you, Go ahead,
Tomalin, as a Secretary General, in my term of reference, nothing there tell me whether I select judge, we have friends. He's the political leader. He decides who his friends are. And his relationship between he and Steph, I can say to you, it's a personal decision. Say whether CDC has a representation, I can tell you CDC has no representation on a platform. I'm a Secretary General telling you, I'm playing a platform, forget about politics, but all my issue I have with the United Party. But I can say to you, people, like I want to give you, take for example, COVID-19. If COVID-19 is a virus, it doesn't matter whether you Unity Party or you CDC. It is a collective responsibility to what you call deal with it decisively. That's how Mr. Waterspoon have become in our society. This man has become a virus that is affecting everybody. And don't blink Kev. This is a guy who manipulates people. Kev is a victim. Like many other presidents. When I saw this guy, way back in 2020, I discovered the element. And I decided to disassociate myself with him. And I said, no matter how you can say what Kochi, but I think God has blessed me with the spirit of discernment. And that's why I've never, ever he took picture with everybody in Liberia, with the exception of me. But you talking about Kev, not just only Kev. Some are well-learned Liberian people today sit alongside with this creature who is causing more harm and people looking for coaching there around the place. The platform in which that were being used, that are gathered to spill the thing that preventing justice for this nigga. Today, he claimed to say he is the advocate. And that's what sometimes we say to you, not everyone behind the microphone come across.
You and your Kev question.
Blame Tomalin for that.
Yeah, man. Lofa, you should have muted Tomalin, man.
I was trying to, but Tomalin got superpower. He won't let me.
Well, I'm sure they will come back. I'm sure they will come back soon. But let me give Kelbo 1 second quickly.
So I think you can go.
You want Tommy to go?
Why
Let me say, I want to say something before I want to say something before the guest gets back. I'm monitoring the live feed. Let me state for the record. Anybody using profanity, mass insult, insulting women, talking, we will block you. This is the last warning.
Just to amplify that, guys. Unfortunately, for some reason today, I haven't been reading the comments on here. But anyone who use profanity, just tag Lofa on it, and I will take responsibility for blocking people. That a lot of times people are afraid on the team. They don't want to do it, so they don't be seen as that guy who's blocking people. But tag me, Lofa. Just say Lofa under the comment, whatever it is. Tag me, and I will take responsibility, full responsibility to block anybody who's using. You can engage each other without having to.
There's no need. There's no need to start
and all of these things. Engage each other. You all are intellectuals. You are intelligent people. You can engage each other and discuss the issue void of profanities. Okay, but if you start getting in that mindset, I Lofa will block you, and I will not suspend you. People have the attitude of suspending accounts, and then you come back. I will block you personally. I will block you. And anybody bring you back, I will block you again. I will do it.
So I think we lost the studio. They're going to be coming back. But I mean, while they come back, maybe let's have a small discussion among ourselves.
I know I was be leaving, but on a serious note, it's good. It's good that Koji made his appearance tonight, because sometimes you don't know. People now he has threw the challenge out. So I really want people to come and say, well, I have evidence that this guy did this and did that.
I got some quick information from the studio in Monrovia.
What happened?
It's very interesting. First of all, we're getting information that the show was being jammed.
Oh wow!
And then the LEC took the current. So we technically got triple.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do.
I think we need to find another way quickly around this.
No, we will have another way. I'm gonna reach out to Koji via another medium. His voice will be heard. Unfortunately, actually, you know what? Ben, can we talk in the back real quick? Let me see if I can get a Koji. We can get Koji back on here. We'll work it out.
Yeah, but we also need a studio because the radio. I think the main issue is the main issue is not for him to be on the radio. So if there's any sabotage, it's because of that.
Well,
it will not affect the online. What is affecting is the radio.
Yeah. But let's try. Lofa, you want to try to get him? Lofa, try to get him.
I wanted to call him. Let me see if I can call him, but it's not really gonna. I mean, like you guys said though, I really wanted to call him, but what good does it do us to just have him on here?
I mean, the online is good. The online
got American story, man. Every American.
2,400 people watching.
You got about 2K folks watching, but I would love for the people back home. But you know what? Let's try it. Let me see. It's sad that you have a society where people are not, thick-skinned to the truth about what is happening. It's sad, but anyway.
But what are your thoughts so far? I mean, Calabo, you haven't spoken yet. You haven't said a word yet. Pee Wee, listen. The reason I'm giving him, we have some time. We're just 1 hour 42 minutes in the program. We still have about an hour or so to go. So we'll give everybody a chance to be able to engage. But okay, the station is back on air. They're saying the station is back on air. I'm seeing the comments, so that's good. So they will soon be back on. But what are your thoughts so far on the conversation?
Yes, before I say something, here will be my advice to you. I see that Toga posted something in the chat room, and you want the studio to post it. I have that actually as my question before I even saw in the chat room.
So that my question you want Steve for me today.
So you want the Toga question for him?
No. I wrote. I don't go.
Oh, you wrote it.
Toga, please don't ask the question.
No, please.
I want him to call
they say you can't late and you can't raise it up. You can't late, you want to raise up. I finished setting my question, then you want to stay.
Yeah, but Calabo,
you must ask him for the owner of the
because house. You can call everybody everything, so we can steal your question there for you. But they can be calling everybody, we can steal your question.
Did I speak to you?
Let me ask, guys. Let me ask Grace. Grace.
Yes.
Oh no, let me ask you. You haven't said anything, Grace.
Because we're calling us, so I stole your question.
Pee Wee, what are your thoughts so far on the conversation?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here having some. Yeah, but basically, listen. I've been religiously following the program, and again, we got testing. When you said to me I was stepping the show, I felt I was turning off, but I knew that I wasn't actually stepping the show.
Oh, Pee Wee, you politician, man. Leave me back.
You wanted to. But yes, it was great that Mayor Koji came on, and the youngest mayor of the history of the city of Monrovia, right? The youngest law mayor. It was very great that he came on the show this evening. And the chronological.
So Ben, why was I skipped and Pee Wee allowed to go before me?
No, because on the question, we're not asking the question, man.
Oh, okay.
Asking for
My man.
Yeah, my man.
I mean, you said I can from my one swing. Teacher, how you see it? How you know?
So, Mayor Koji, can you hear us though?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. We're glad you have us back.
Let me just say my part.
Yeah.
Sorry. Major, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be following the show. Maybe when I'm driving, I will call. But we have a very important trip tomorrow. So I gotta go to prepare for that trip. And so please, I wish you guys good deliberations. And I'll follow the show.
I want to announce to you.
Yeah.
That the station being jammed as I speak to you.
Yeah, we did.
To the EDC, not only that the EDC went off, so the operator is telling me that the station is being heavily jammed.
Wow, I never believe we will ever get back to the deal.
You know, one thing, all these things happen. They come out in the people report. If they see them right,
but again, I mean, I'm just saying,
parties, the CDC and the United Parties.
So they are using their private generation. The generator that what they're using now.
Okay, so let's get to Toga.
I'll see you again.
Toga, go ahead.
Yes. So I think that Lofa putting the stuff up, man. Lofa, you want to put it up now?
No, not Lofa. That was the studio. Lofa, I don't know if Lofa can do it, but I mean, I don't know if he can do it now because the studio was getting ready to do it when they went off.
No, let the guys in studio do it before they say.
The judge coming
back. Let the guys in studio. Let the guys in studio do it, so they don't say because Koji is from Lofa County. I'm from Lofa. We're trying to decide.
Thank you. This is where I was coming from. Another thing I'm hearing that we okay tonight also on Hot FM. I don't know how true it is, but I saw someone posting that okay is good. Not okay, sorry, but Hot FM is good. So Hot FM is 107.9 in case. So I think people can have 2-3 jamming machines. I don't know whether they have that sophistication, but I doubt that. Now, but then this is a post from Mo Ali.
So Toga, just a minute. Check a minute. So we can tell people to switch to what you call Hot FM.
107.92. We are
Yeah, so
understanding that
please do that.
107.9 is also carrying it. And you know, normally the jamming equipment can be placed in cars and just driving close by and they just put it on. So you got to get 2-3 cars to jam 2-3 radio stations.
No, you can. I
If-
know.
if-
I told that. No, you can do it.
Okay,
from,
y'all move forward, please.
but let's go.
And-
Let's go. Let's go.
And also we some outlets in Nima too are also carry us. That I know. So this is a post from September 18, 2018. I'm very concerned about it. It was written by Mo Ali. And this is what he said. That in less than 9 months, the following has happened. That you, Jefferson Kochi, at the time, had bought a house valued $250,000. He came back to Liberian dollar and said it was 38,750,000. I don't want to name the other people because they're not on the show tonight to defend themselves, McGill and other people. But it is my understanding that this property is the one that is located on 19th Street. 19th Street in Single. But I was following, because normally I listen to the repeat of the show with Stanton. And I was following I think yesterday, 2 days ago edition, where he was saying you have also been evicted from that same property. So how do you just oppose it too? Is it true that you own it? Were you renting it? Who owns it?
You see, that's the same situation we were just trying to lay emphasis on. These are the trump of lies before 2018. I took office February 16, 2018. Unfortunately for me, June 16, the African child, I had a very terrible accident that I almost lost my life. And up to now, that car never got fixed. And not only that I never got fixed, my entire 6 years in government, there was no budgetary line to purchase a single car for me as a mayor. I did not do it. The records are there. You can go and verify that. And that car, I met it as a mayor. When I had an accident and it never got repaired, I never ever. What I did as a mayor, I was using a jack pickups. That's what I was doing here. But nobody cared to see that. This man tell you, check in, what you call 6-7 months, I was able to own a property of 250,000. As I speak to you, I stay in that property. God can work. So they send the gated property to me through propaganda. I'm there. And that's why my settle clean. That if for me to so I own the property, say I bought the property. Because since they published that, since I've been gas collector, nobody clean that the property for them. I only got to know when somebody became vice president and they say I should leave the property. And that's why I said, I have nowhere to go. How can I leave a place that I bought 250,000? I'm still there. So if that will answer your question, I'm still at the place. And there will be more Trump online. And I'm happy today that Mo Ali, someone will not say this. Mo Ali today, he's a public official. And he said in a space, if what he did with a right conscience, and these are people, and that's why sometimes people get very disappointed in helping people. Mr. Ali and myself were constantly in touch. It was not my business to say public. It was my nature. We grew up in a place where we were taught to take care of our friends. They don't have to agree with us. But as a human sense, our sense of magnanimity and humanity led us to treat them very kindly. And I can see a lot of them today in major government officials. The city hall was a place for them. Every night we were meeting, we were interacting. But it's not for me to say public. Each and every one of them will be served in accordance with their clear conscience.
Another question which we just tie into two. What's the status of the CDC's headquarters? Are you people also being evicted on that? And then just lastly, to just tie in, it's good that you mentioned the issue of Stanton Witherspoon's son that you said is in Poland, and he's back in the ghetto. Now, it is my understanding that it's the same CDC's government that arranged a visa for Stanton's son to go to study, not just to go study, but they had to give him a special visa, like a government event that he had to go to because he had a very good relationship with people in the government, that they gave him a specialized visa to go to a government function, which was actually intended for school. How much do you know about this? Because the CDC must have played a lot of role in the transformative aspect of Stanton's son. How did this relationship get sour?
Well, you see, no matter how long there's a kissy parable. They say, no matter how long the crocodile stay under the water, it doesn't change its nature. Let me say to you that what I can say to that, it was a program that Mr. Stanton Witherspoon asked a very good friend and senior government official back then, because his son was in a rehab and his son was being badly deteriorating on the usage of drugs. And it happened to be his first son. So he thought the fact that he could not take his son to America, he would want to use that occasion, and then his son can be fully rehabilitated. But unfortunately for him, that program, he was successful. He went to he got a visa, he got the government passport. We were subsequently displayed that, and he went. There was no program. It was just a means to help him rehabilitate his son. But his son have gotten deteriorated, perhaps more than ever before. And in Poland, I went to Warsaw. Marijuana is legalized, so I don't think it happened. So the other young man who was on our same trip, he's doing pretty well. He's doing pretty well. He's in school, and he making use of that. And I got no intention to mention him. And I think that way it is. And nobody should be offended what Jefferson Koji is doing. We must begin to confront these kind of elements in our society head on. And never should we give in a macro inch to continue to hurt our society. So Toga, I will subsequently, I'm trying to gather the document and I will put it out there and so people can get to know. So the issue about the issue of the party headquarters, the two, the CDC obtained a place in 2004. In 2009, it was a family confusion. We exited the premises. Fortunately for us, when the family dispute settled, we returned 2011. This time again, when we won the election, there was a confusion between the family members. The CDC always opted to purchase the primacy. But we could not have done that when there always been a family dispute among them. So what did we do? When we were in government, we dealt with the both family concomitantly. Unfortunately for us, when we unity party, they did similar thing in 2009. So now again, Mr. Barker believed he can erase the CDC. So he tried to engage into into a shenanigan to see that the CDC can be evicted. All we have said to the landlord, if you want to be a landlord, we treat you as such. If you allow yourself to be political, obviously we are a political institution. We engage you politically. But the Unity Party, along with Mr. Boaka, they need to get there very clear that the CDC cannot be erased. And the CDC is not an infrastructure. The CDC is an idea. It's a philosophy. It lives with the people. And the CDC is prepared and partisan. There's no need to panic. The CDC is in full control. And the CDC has no intention to vacate the premises of the party headquarters. It is a dead on arrival venture by Mr. Boaka. He will not succeed. And the CDC is adequately prepared in any form and manner. And the other issue about our party headquarters that we were trying to raise when Ben talked about, Nelson Freeman, in 2011, he was the guy that was being prevented by the United Nations forces for killing one of our partisans. What the Boaka did, Boaka rewarded him and made him chief of operation. And he goes around saying to people that the CDC, he will be able to move on the CDC. But he needs to be told tonight that the CDC is also prepared. And you think that the position of 102, you need to know that when men before you, we saw the legs of A.B. Kramer, he knows the CDC history. And you're not even close to that. Very soon you will be history. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you. Lofa Julius, please.
Coach Issa.
Other thing?
All right. Good to have you on here.
All you can do?
Don't mind. You just want to flow slow, yeah. Go ahead, man.
Koji, good to have you on here, my brother. I listened to you lengthily narrated a whole lot of things that happened. First of all, I want to start with something you just confirmed. Okay, you consented that your government, the CDC government, fraudulently provided documentation for Stanton's son to travel out of the country, even though he was not traveling as an official or to participate in an official event, yet and still your government provided him documentation based on friendship or what have you. You just confirmed that and you consented to that action on your part. Is that correct?
Well, Julius,
Mm-hmm.
you see, it is a difficult thing when you take state power. It's easy to say you're going to govern with all your partisans, unless you are very, very foolhardy. There's a difference between opposition and governance. Governance bring together different set of people, professionals, different background. So some of all we were with the ideological understanding of our party, and we saw things differently, we were also struggling internally. And that's why we feel that the revolution has some gap. It has challenges. Because people who came on board never understood the ideological essence of the people's revolution. So we can proudly say we admit to some of those skimmages and some of those people who slipped through the crack.
Okay,
And
great.
that
So,
I come here, I would say, and that's why some of us saw were quick to recognize this guy and we disassociate ourselves. But we could not have done it for everybody.
mhm.
Everybody, some people are well placed and they have their own way to relate. If we were at his pace, we could have resisted him. We want to say we learn our lesson well. If the Liberian people ever given an opportunity, we can certainly say to you with affirmative, it will not be business as usual. The CDC will do things certainly differently. If you want to say we are guilty of that, I want to honestly say to you, those are some of the excesses that we suffer today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad that you accepted, the fact that that was a mistake. And as an institution in government, we don't expect any government institution or to be free of faults. So I'm glad that you acknowledge that, hey, there was mistake, and hopefully the current government will not repeat that. But my next question to you is, I'm going to try to quote two statements that you made while you served in government. And I want you to hopefully make some clarity about this statement. The first one said, we will protect our own with our sweat and blood. That was after Darius DeLong's election. The second statement you said or the second statement that you made, you said, I was not born, or I did not sign any contract with poverty. You made that statement. Considering our country, with everything that is going on, with young people, being victim of circumstances, whether it has to do with education, and the most recent one that had to do with Charlotte, who life again today we cannot account for, and probably there may not be justice for her. I want you to just retrospect a little bit. Think about those statements. Make some clarity as to what you intended in your deliberation. What was it that you meant to say that may have gone across wrongly? Because I personally, and I close on this note, not to kind of jumbo the entire question here, but I personally took it from a different perspective. Okay. So I want to give you this opportunity to make some clarity on those statements that were made. One, we will protect our own with our flesh and blood. And then secondly, you also stated that when you were asked about your kids being out of the country, you said you did not sign any contract with poverty. Make some clarity to those statements.
Yeah, the clarity here is the statement I said flesh and blood
Yeah.
was in 2019, right after the election with Dara Dillon and Polita Weir. I was seated in my office. When Mr. Dillon were pronounced victor of the elections, Unity Partisan, with their seriousness, they began to go in a community and they were inflicting harm on video. There's a girl that was being beaten with a CC and, t-shirt. And I just thought it was too much. And we came to them, we came, and I'll be very clear. I was very clear categorically that look, you cannot intimidate us because you have won an election. And you go protest. We said you go to elections. We believe in the democratic process of our democracy. And I made a statement saying, if there will be any protest again, and you think you can intimidate us, we will provide leadership. And the way we provide leadership is not from the back. We'll be there in person, in flesh and blood. Now say we will protect our own. I say we will be there in flesh and blood. I mean, we'll be presence. That's why we said that we will be, forget about whether we're mayor or not. If you say you are chasing our people and you want to harm them, and because you want to make them to be intimidated, when you stage a protest, we too will stage our protest, and both of us will meet that the fact that they let the Darius Dillon there, who were leaders, and they were staging protests. So we also say we too can stage protests, and we will not be at the back, we will be at the front, and when we are there, we'll be in flesh and blood. On the issue about my children, of course, Judas, I say that 500 times. I'm from West Point. I know what happened in this country, Judas. There were young men in our generation who have to compromise to be happy, to travel, to be popular. I know some of our friends, well, peace be unto Archie. There's a young man in our generation. He was so desperate to be evicted from poverty, he became sodomized. And it became a habit. He died. When we, by the special grace of God, wouldn't use shockers, who didn't become criminals, when Westport were considered the poor of the poorest, and some of us had an opportunity to sit in the city hall, we were grateful to God. And to say to our friends, it's not a commitment with poverty. If I have an opportunity to help my children, I will help them. But I should not steal. It should not be at the expense of the country. Once I can steal, I am sacrificing, I am working for the greater good of my children. I should not be ashamed of that. Rather for me to pretend to you that I don't have it, then I go quietly, surreptitiously, then I steal from the country, then I help my children. No. That's why when I was asked, I said I'm grateful the opportunity I have and the money I have, it can help me to help my children. And I will not hesitate to do that because I know it was being done legally. And that's why on the show, I keep telling you, people who think that we were engaged into wrongdoing, they have an opportunity to expose us, to bring us to book.
Thank you.
So Jefferson,
No, but look,
my
you
last,
answered
my
two
last
questions.
question. No, that was one I just intro, and then let me
No,
just
but we
finally.
heard now, Lofa. That's
Okay,
good.
so finally, my last question to you, Jefferson. Make a comparative analysis of your term in office as mayor and that of the current mayor. What do you see him doing progressively that is benefiting the county, the city, as compared to what you did, and what did you leave behind that he can use to his advantage to benefit the county or the city in general?
Well, I can say to you, when I left office,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes people take me out of context. When I say I was walking away with my power, and they took it out of context. Even my personal belonging, I left in the office because I wanted to demonstrate good faith that whosoever will take over the office, their success will be my success. You do not leave an office and wish for your successor to fail. So I thought it was my moral responsibility to become very supportive. When I took over, the first thing I did, I went to look for the former mayor. I had another person. I met her, the woman, and I said to her, permit me to drink from the fountain of your knowledge. Whatever way I can help, let me know. I did not only stop there. I went to Mary Broad. I cultivated a relationship with her. I called her my mother, and I said she needed to help me. If you can remember, I created what you call a citizen with a bowl, where the late Tomalin and I made Mary Broad the chair. People said I was a young man. Why am I allowing an old person and Mary Broad to do my work? No, it was the inclusive that I told me that everybody can have an opportunity to clean the city, to work with the city. It's not just the mayor as a person. It should be a collective venture where that vision can be collectively supported. That was my thinking. I met the city hall with 2 dilapidated trucks. I left it with 15 trucks. There are, well, I can send a list of things. I created a TV, online TV for communication, a youth service department, because I wanted the young people and I wanted the women to participate in the governance of the city. My own challenge of the mayor now, all my public appearances, when people ask me, I say to them, the city is a very complicated, challenging office. The mayor he need the citizen. He need the central government. Mr. Boaka need to support the city. To clean the city, it requires money. You must give the city money so that it is not like other city. In Monrovia, about 60% what is collected is in a consolidated form. So the city cannot generate its money to clean and run the affairs. What is happening? Like get the solid waste, very minute. You got to have donor intervention. When that is not happening, the city will be very squeezed in a corner. My only disappointment with the mayor, for he, as a mayor, to even take a decision that is anti-decentralization. The issue of a mayor is to decentralize the responsibility. How can you take an instruction for a civil servant director to dismiss the city employee? I was very upset with him. And I thought he was going against the fundamental essence of which the city is in existence for. See the act. The city has autonomy. It has their own autonomous. So it must be respected. To go and dismiss people in a fashion and manner, I got seriously upset by him. There are even ways you can do. How can you work and say you are dismissing people on the basis of the freedom of speech and the president? That was totally uncouth. You can't do that. And the mayor, I made my disposition very clear. The people who know him reached out to me, and I said I have nothing personal against him. I'm here to support him. The former mayor was there. In fact, I paid her after she left. When she came to me, there were things left behind. I did that. So I thought that the mayor would say the first thing he would do, let me see the person who occupied the office. But apparently, because of the politics, I don't blame him for him to reach out to Jefferson Koji. Apparently, he would lost a job. I went over there. I can tell you, procurement, accounting, HR, everybody I met there left there at their respective jobs. And they were not supporters of the CDC. But I was not interested in that. I was interested in their expertise and how can we advance the city. The records are there. It is indeed undisputable. I changed 7 policies, policies for that place to ensure that yes, indeed we have a system. I was not decrying. I was not having press conferences. Oh, this were not possible. The only thing I was dealing with, I was solving the issues that were confronting the city. I was telling people that the challenges of the city was not because of Jefferson Koji. The facts are there. See what the city is today. But the irony is, the yesterday people, they're not talking. It's not only because Koji is not there. So I will feel, apparently because I came from West Point, or apparently my name is Tamba, or apparently I'm not part of a society that people consider us to be. So that is a real issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Karabo Gonglo, and then we'll go to Sylvester Peewee. Karabo, you muted, please.
Former Lord Mayor.
Ben, you forgetting me? Oh?
Yeah, my brother.
How you doing?
To God be the glory.
I listened to you. I sat here keenly and listened to you. And being knowledgeable of the history of Liberia, the history of exclusion and exploitation, I look at you and say, this guy, like many other victims in the country, is a victim of the very vicious system, political system in Liberia. But the nation is here.
Peewee, mute yourself. Peewee, mute yourself, please.
What?
Mute yourself.
You hearing noise from me?
Mm-hmm.
We have heard you. I think Liberia has heard you tonight, and they are hearing you. You know, because we have short time, there are things I wanted to say, but I can't say it because I have just, very small time to ask you a question. Toga asked a question, and you answered, but you didn't give much detail. And for the record, I will help you so you can be very vivid. You said vice president. But vice president got name. So let me help you. I can without doubt say that the house that Mo Ali wrote that it worth $250,000 is a house purchased by Jeremiah Kuhn. Is that true?
Sure, yes.
Yeah. All right. Because I have video recording here.
Lofa, you gotta mute yourself. Every time you move your mic, we get a feedback. Yeah.
I have an audio recording that I did from someone close to the vice president on his role in the $16 billion, the so-called $16 billion, missing $16 billion, and how much property he acquired. But it's a different story for a different day. So I will leave that. But in your response to Toga also, I think you left out some issues. You were able to, you were free to disclose Stanton Witherspoon's name, but not willing to disclose how much money you guys are giving Mo Ali. And I think that's a double standard. Mo Ali, from different sources, multiple sources around CDC official, Mohadi was living on the largest of CDC government official. At the same time, coming publicly and condemning you. And you guys condone such a hypocritical attitude.
Thank you, Kellybo.
I don't need your comment on that. That's my view. I want to leave it to let it go up because I don't want Ben to see you have asked 2 questions. So I'll leave that out. Yeah.
But even though you got your point across.
Yeah, I want to report my point because I have limited time. The other issue I want to dwell on is I have a lot of things to say. I sat here, I wrote
No, I can't. Let me just say something. Yeah, thank you, people. Right?
permission of Ben.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I can't. Let me say this to you.
You going
This
to 5 minutes.
This is a political marathon. You can we take it one step at a time. Watching them. So when you come, you put it out. Today's Stanton is the guy we're parading with. Don't worry. We have a lot of them here. We're watching them. Very soon, systematically, you will be very excited when we decide to peel them out. There will be no stone left unturned.
All right. So I'm coming with the most difficult thing. And as a sidetrack.
Is there a question, Kelabo?
It's a question.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
We're just looking for what would be
man.
the breaking news Kelabo looking for. You don't see the man?
It is
breaking you the man want to net.
It is widespread speculations in Liberia that key missions, and I can name some of them here, that Deputy Speaker Thomas Fowler, Senator Sir Joseph, Ellen Snow, Prince Moy, they are working in a coalition bidding for 2029 around Jeremiah Cohn. You are the Secretary General of the CDC, and I believe that you have bigger ears to hear rumors. You can choose to comment on that. You can choose not to comment on that.
No, that's a very sensitive question.
So, my question is, what is your reaction to such speculations? What do you say about it? And I will end on this if Ben permits me. What is it permits me?
Well, man, go ahead, man.
I will end on this.
Yeah, man.
My last comment is the CDC and the Unity Party, and this is my view, have had opportunity to lead Liberia. For the past 20 years, it has been CDC and Unity Party. And I'm arguing now that Liberia is in a dire need of everything that human existence requires, all because of the leadership CDC and the Unity Party have provided Liberia. It's time for CDC and Unity Party to step aside in 2029. Let them rally around other Liberians to provide leadership. Because in my view, I have come to the conclusion now that the Unity Party is Corruption King Kong, and the baby Corruption King Kong is also CDC. What do you say?
Okay, let me.
Question. Thank you.
Let me deal with the first one, then I will come to the last one. Well, I can speak with certainty. Thomas Fowler, Deputy Speaker Thomas Fowler, and Senator Sir Joseph remain staunch citizens, and they are participating in all of our activities. But again, it is politics. You can have, like the CDC chairpersons in 2011, after the elections, we did not believe they deflected. A lot of them happened to us. The legs of Bangaliko, the legs of Jake Kabakoli, the legs of his name will come. So a lot of them. But for now, I can say to you, these two individuals got zero intention to do anything against the CDC. But I am not the custodian of the future. I don't know in the future what may happen. And if anything happens as such, I cannot be held responsible for that. But I can tell you now, we work and we enjoyed their confidence. Even yesterday, Sir Joseph and the political leaders were on the phone and they were talking. Thomas Father and myself were on the phone before I came here. A week ago, we were Lofa together. So I know people are engaging the divide rule. On the aspect of what you call Vice President Jeremiah Kun, I do not work for him. I hear people think about him.
Hopefully the internet.
My question is jamming the station. They don't want the Lord Mayor to give response to my question.
Oh my God.
So that the vice president needed it on here.
Yeah. He come to that. He's come to that the sweet spot. He's come to it.
Hopefully we'll get them back.
We'll wait till the mayor comes back.
Yeah, I think the studio is back on.
I need to call Musa.
Yeah, hopefully we will ask the mayor to speak to the sweeping of corruption out of Liberia, and then we'll see whether the
baby corruption King Kong and the big King Kong.
That's the answer I'm waiting to hear from him.
Right. The idea of sweeping corruption out of Liberia. We'll see whether the relationship
is the grand corruption King Kong. But they declare corruption or vampire. They declare corruption vampire.
No, to be honest though, if you were to,
in fact, it was called several names on the United Party.
Yeah,
if you are to consider,
how many names on the United Party? How many United Party get corruption?
Yeah,
I know twice or
they call it the King Kong. They call it
I mean, if
United Party is the grand King Kong of corruption.
Yeah, can you hear us, please?
People, your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Your question causes a shock in my room.
That's exactly what he said.
It doesn't shock.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I want to say to you, 2029, the CDC is prepared and looking up to a broad space where we can collaborate. It's easier to say the CDC and the United Party, but truth be told, the CDC and the United Party have integrated themselves in the society. So I want to say to you, it's fair enough for people like you who believe that you can make some changes, but let us collaborate. Any attempt not to be honest, it will be suicidal. The CDC is open to working with you, and that's why we say the CDC is open up to even the presidency. The CDC is an open institution. We want everybody to come with different ideas. We love this country. And not because we have to say it's been demonstrated. And we say, thankfully, quote unquote, the guys who lied their way surreptitiously, today the world is seeing what they're doing. Take, for example, the fight on corruption. You can clearly see what is being obtaining. The issue about the Supreme Court, the issue about the budget alteration, the issue about the 8 million. And they will simply say to you, the CDC were this. That's not the point. You told the Liberian people the likes of Koji have failed this country miserably. You must have what it takes to correct the wrong. It's not to come and let the Liberian people know, and you be whining, and you think running after Koji and running after Twe is substitute for what you told the Liberian people. So, Mr. Gomoro, your ideals and your belief is synonymous to the CDC philosophy. There's an opportunity that we can shape in the synergies, and we can look at our country and we can do much better. I also listened to Sister Grace, and I think herself too. It's an open invitation. The CDC is looking up to her. We can support her idea. We can support any other person's idea. So we can come and genuinely and work for this country. We are not saying to you that we have all of the ideas. We have admitted that we have some gaps and we have some challenges. But that is not compared to what you see to what you see happening today. So we say there's a room. Mr. Weir is open. If Mr. Weir could allow Winston Tubman to run 2011, that can tell you to what extent Mr. Weir is open when it comes to Liberia. And that's the reason people felt that Mr. Weir is weak because he surrounded the country. No, he's not. He's not weak. What is happening? His love for this country is not desperation. It's an opportunity. And once the Liberian people say, and that opportunity no longer avail itself, he will humbly give that opportunity to another person. So it's not to say CDC and the Unity Party should stay away. Love is not transferable. I don't want to call that mean. Whether you come here, you have to see who has the appeal of the people. We can work with you. We can easily usher you. And that's why I like the late Gabriel Bacchus Matthew. He said to us, the touch is not in our hand. It's in the hand of Joshua. We must be respecter of the people quest. And that was the reason he joined the CDC, to help make the CDC better. So the CDC is open to progressive forces, to all force that is willing to mash up the forces for the good of our country.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So let's go to Sylvester Peewee. After Sylvester Peewee, we'll let Grace. Grace has one question. We'll give her the difference to ask her one question, and then we'll open the phone line for people to be able to call in so we can excuse from, so we can take the mayor can take his leave. Go ahead, Sylvester Peewee.
You just have 1 minute,
Yeah, thank you. A wonderful good evening to you, Mayor Koji from Monrovia. I'd love to take some time, and I listened to you very religiously. And I thought you were very systematic and very thoughtful as to how you came in this evening. Some of the achievement, basically, I would love to recount as I sat also in Monrovia and witness, because we noticed here that you didn't get support as the city of Monrovia from the World Bank, as Mary Broad did at the time. There was millions of dollars pouring into the city of Monrovia, but yet there was a tremendous impact to the city of New York. There was this American billionaire that also pumped some money to the city of Monrovia at the time. Madam Broad was the mayor there at the time. But when you came in, there was absolutely no support coming to the city, but you operated just on the support coming from the government consolidated account. And I thought that was a very good job you did for the city of Monrovia. The Wentown Center, there was a time when the transformation of that center, where it did before that center, and it was a conduit. So how people got different kind of diseases, but your administration, there was a very perfect way you guys handled the waste management system at the Wentown's point there. That was also great. And one of the things I noticed, Mayor Cody, during the time, young people of the CDC, and there was a caution posted to you, but that didn't help try to catalog most of those things. That you guys build a vocational and technical center at the headquarters of the CDC to train young people that were craving for this institution. And I thought that was a very great move by the party about training young people and putting them into. And the president's vision for those things were very great. And also most of those TVET programs that the government introduced via the Ministry of Youth and Sport here, ensuring that young people from different sides of those slum communities, West Point, where you grew up, New Time and other slum community people, if it came from the 15th political subdivision and benefited from those TVET programs. I'm a witness to those kind of things. I thought you guys lifted more young people. They are not rich today, but change their mindset, change their perspective as to where they came from. They were just in the slum community, but now they are folks that can even do some plumbing job, do other technical vocational job that today they can use that to move forward. I thought that was a very great move. And we all appreciate the president for the role he played and your role you play as a mayor of the great city of Monrovia. Now, here's my question to you, Mayor. My process to you, and again, before the question quickly, one of the reasons why I thought you got sanctioned, and it was due to this too much of counterproductive action on the part of counterproductive elements of our country, negative propaganda oozing from across, both people in the diaspora, people from the country. And one of my London professors told me before, he said, Pee-wee, lies told made on time with no rebuttal. If no one counter those lies, it will be considered as one of those something. In diplomacy and things, the reason why the Americans have placed this sanction was because of there's too much of negative propaganda. But one thing I know, we always have now to begin the process of writing most of those individuals that supported these things, and we've started to do it. We would don't do it, and as you say, you're hoping on God, there will be a day because you will not have the money to hire a lawyer because it's a very convoluted and difficult system in finding a lawyer. It's very convoluted. Myself been researching this process. That lawyer will have to apply to that office and all of things. It's very difficult to hire a lawyer on this. But as time unfolds, the Americans themselves are going to see the reality and will know. Because Justina Taylor herself came and said, we lie on the ball. She confessed. Justina Taylor said she saw you fighting war. Came out to say we lie on the ball. So some of these things are unfolding eventually, and they will unfold. But my point to you, Mr. Cody, is that I just want to ask you, and I like how you studied, how you focus, and you are intentionally resolved, and that's very perfect. As a young man, that's the kind of a follower you have, because the moment you start to dwindle in your thought process, then that would be a kind of a downside to most of the young people. What mechanism, my question to you now, what mechanism are you putting in place for those thousands of young people across the Republic, the 43,000 middleweight of the Republic of Liberia, that got trust and confidence in you? What mechanism are you putting in to allow them to now, because they are frustrated. Most of them I spoke to before, they're down in terms of this issue that happened to you. But what lessons are you trying to push to them to show them that you're still going to be around, you're going nowhere, and you're going to be the champion for them, and you'll be the hero that will lead the way forward for them? What kind of a mechanism are you trying to put in place now moving forward?
The new progressive.
See, I'm getting hot now.
But you still have given me a hard time. You know,
I know.
That's my first question. My last question, then I close. My last question will be very brief.
Well, thank you. I think you said it rightly. I am sincerely honored by your kind compliments. We are working assiduously. We chose to work in the back And the group of people we're working with, we have explicit confidence in their thought process. And we say to them that this is a generational struggle. And the way that our friends are governing has sharpened the contradiction so easily for us. And the way things are occurring in our country, it has served as an inspiration to the scores of our young comrades in the country. But again, through being told, we too got to recalibrate in different ways and to shape our approaches to issues. We're doing a soul searching. So the first thing the Youth League is doing is trying to have its own retreat to consider it and do a throwback about where did we go wrong and how can we, and also do an institutional sober reflection. So a lot of things happening, and we're going to go out. Like I said to you, we're also interested in building synergies to ensure that our country, no matter how it is, we shall not give up on the upliftment of our people and our country. So I want to say to you, we are thinking in our line. It's well thoughtful, but there are certain things are meant to be worked on, and the outcome will be appreciated. I want to say thank you so kindly.
Thank you. Yeah, Ben, before I can rest my
Yeah,
case.
Bill, your last question.
Yeah, so let me thank you because I believe it's one of the major role you play, very proactive role you play via the office of the former president. He didn't forget about the young people. And part of the reason why of the 6 years period, he was the first president that brought about actively creating recreation centers for young people. We have the recreation, the major one today, the executive part, wherein young people will go and have to change it because they said, work with our play, make Jack a door boy. Today, we have most of the young people in our country. Let me say, Mr. President, thank you for that. The West Point Center, the PHP Center, and all of major center the president created. He didn't stop there also. He built major modern markets where with schools that will allow market women to take their kids to school. And the president didn't stop. He did a lot of proactive things to ensure young people will be engaged. And it's part of the reason why most of the criminal activities exponentially had to change in the country because of those interventions. So, Mr. President, trust me, some of us did listen to what you do and what you did at the time, and we follow it very close. I just want to say thank you to you for the role you play. And Mr. Koji, let me say this to you today. The level of unnecessary barrage or attack that came to you at the time, we would not have to construct all of those things to ensure that we move and deflect all of the unnecessary things moving forward. We cannot sit now and allow, because too much of kind level of doing things sometimes allow those things to unfold in the society. We will now have to be very steadfast here. And I will ask you to engage. It's good that you say you engage in the partners. Continue to engage, in particular the United States government. Engage them. All are going to engage them on your behalf. You are a very innocent young man. At the time the civil crisis was unfolding, but then you were very innocent. For anybody to come and blatantly lie on you, we believe that is wrong. It will happen to me also. It can happen to any young man in our society. So we need now to counteract those things, aggressively move against those naysayers and what have you, and counterproductive thinkers of our country. People that believe it should just happen for them. No. If you don't understand the system of our country, ask questions and people are going to tell you. So you shouldn't sit and allow those things happen no more. But we have to be constructive. We don't have to be belligerent and engage into how we want to move the country. So let me say thank you. As you move on, we are going to watch from distance. We're going to come to the country soon, very soon, a few weeks from now, but we're going to engage the process very proactively and ensure that the country democracy is protected. The essence of our democratization is down. So we move pluralistic thought processes, freedom of expression, but we need to respect the right of others. We shouldn't put the name of those in the mud. You build a repetition for 39 years. We're not going to allow no stupid junkie guy put it in the mud. We need to bring that to heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvester Peewee.
Yeah.
The neo-progressive.
So, Sylvester, thank you. Let us know sooner, so we can, because you are an ideologue of our movement, so we can speak to the cadres, so we can be at the airport to receive you.
You're not going to receive me too?
So let Chairman Ben, let us know. Let us know.
Anyway, thank you. Oh, okay.
Ben, Sylvester, I agree with you. You say we should nip the information in the bud. That is quite true. Our 4th year, and to the extent people say coaching like to be having press conferences. But I didn't get a problem when people are always accusing me. How do I defend myself? The only difference is they have trying to hide places. But we fought. We did what we could do as an individual. So we can beat ourselves. We don't beat ourselves. What happened? We did everything possible as an individual. But if people are well connected in Washington, D.C., and they talk to their friends, and their friends decide to act on the basis of their relationship, we can hold ourselves responsible for that. Our parents were not well connected, so we can beat ourselves for that reason. So we did everything. I agree with you. But again, like I said to you here, the partners and myself, we engage. Even the current ambassador, very soon, we scheduled a meeting. Even before he arrived, the Chachi affairs. So we're talking constantly, both in Washington, D.C. here. But the only thing we can say to you, we are not financially potent to hire a lawyer. Some of the guys we spoke to, they say every month you pay them 40,000 US. What do I take that money for? I don't have it. I can't do that. What I have done, I have written my side of my story and presented it as a press, as an individual. And the second one, yeah, with the partner, I will continue to engage them. And my life that I live will speak for me. One thing that I know fully well, that everything that was said about me is false and misleading. No matter who's saying it, how many times been said, it cannot transform into truth. And you said about the war, when the war started in the country, I was just 4 years old. 4 years old. It was the same Jerome Verder who said, I was assigned with Chucky Taylor, a person that I've never seen in my life before. And interestingly, Chucky reached out to me. He was in prison. Let me say this to you publicly. When he listened, well, he said to me before he went on Costa's show, and he said he wanted to defend me. I said, my brother, there's nothing to be there's nothing to defend there. He said, why? I said, I don't know you. We're not interacting. So he said, I want to speak. I said, there's no reason. You don't have to. And secondly, his mother also contacted me. I still have that contact. And I did not allow them to do it. Because I know fully well what has been said was not factual. So I now needed them to come public in my defense. And today, we are here. Apparently, our detractors will say to themselves, they have won. They are entitled to that. What we pray to God for, that never we should ever attempt to come closer to any of the things they have mentioned on our knee. We will not do it. What they fear is that we will surrender ourselves for our right to be trampled upon. No, we can't do that. We speak the way we speak because the way you treat us, if you treat us kind, we speak to you in a very kind way. If you come and you march to the CDC headquarters and you think we serve you ice cream, you be joking. We can't do that. The Lord of preservation said the right to self-defense. We will do that adequately in a given circumstances. We will not hesitate in doing that. Thank you.
All right. So, like I said, let Grace ask one question, and then both Lofa and Monrovia get ready to take calls from the diaspora and Monrovia. We want to get people to participate and engage with SG Jefferson Koji. Grace, you can ask your one question, please.
Well, before I ask my question, I wanted to say that, Mr. Koji, I asked you my question. You gaslighted me, and I was only asking you a question concerning the vocational school and your productivity from your party and your head of your CDC. What have they produced for the seditious that, giving their life and running behind your party and making sure that you have the strength to speak, and they're putting themselves behind you. So that was the question. And you said, oh, you sit in America. I don't just sit in America. Besides, you grew up in Lukuta. I grew up in Lukuta. My mother came from Kepama. She worked hard. That's why I prepare myself the way I am. And I gave a lot to Liberia. I just sent some money to your seditious this week, your sedition people. So I look at you a very, very, let me look for the terminology. You are a good young man. I admire you because you're able to speak your mind. And you're a young man. You said 1990 you were 4 years old. You were 6 years old. You were 4 years old. Okay. So we like to see people like you come up and be able to do things for Liberia, and that's what our parents wanted us to do. So that's why they prepared us, even though they were poor as well. But they did not just sit in their corner and say, "I'm poor, so my children go there." They worked hard, and that's why we are here today. So I was not trying to say anything like negative. I just want to know what you guys have put in place for the majority of the young children that follow you and believe in your party. You see, so that's why we're asking. Now, my question to you is, you said that you were accused for the property, Jeremiah Kun property, that you own that property. Now you have a voice. Did you ever come online to tell the people that this property was not yours, or you were waiting for Jeremiah Kun to say that? And if you didn't do that, why did you not do that? Because it's against the law of Liberia for you to sit in a property. Now you're saying you're going to stay there. It's against the law. So if Jeremiah Kun goes to court and want to take you and the people tell you to leave that property, will you have problem leaving that property? Will you be against the law? Are you going to incite your people again to attack authorities?
So, Sister Grace, I don't know how I came across, but I want to say to you, I do not easily get annoyed. It's just that sometimes people interpret the way I sound and how I sound. Let you ask, well, we are speaking for all of us. You are a Guar. I'm a Koji. I'm just trying to highlight the way Big Brother Gongolo said. Our country has a history that is repleted with divisiveness, with class system. So sometimes when the way we've been paranoid about the way people treat us and think that we don't deserve. When you ask me, I would just try to comment. Not you as a person, but many other persons who think that people that Koji are in a space to misuse and abuse people who believe in them. Sadly, not that the case. The CDC philosophy, like Sylvester was just saying to you, when we took over this country, in fact, it is because our liberalism and our passion and policy driven to uplift young people. Our people were very offended to the extent we use our party headquarters to give skills to young people while we're in government. The same time, we're using government structures to empower them, to build a capacity. Even me, when I sat to City Hall, I built people capacity. I trained over 45 young persons. I sent people to Spain. I sent people to Cyprus. I sent people to Rwanda. And I even Ghana and brought people even here and built a capacity. That's how. So God, that is the reason why people found so much faith in us. If we didn't care for them, they would not be after us. They would not be appreciating us. They do not follow us because they are low-thinking people, but because they understand that we care for them. So when you ask me, I just thought it was an opportunity. Maybe you saw it, but trust me, Sister Gray, I'm interested in you. Something about you that I like. We know what I like about you. The fact that you supported Moruba. I mean, love for your courage. I like courageous people. You didn't care about how many person, but you have set principles and value about him, and you said, this man is a candidate. It is that daring courage. That's what I love about you. So if you ever saw it, that it was something personal, I want to say to you, I would never do that to you. That is not my intention. I appreciate you, and that's why I extended an olive branch, an invitation with the CDC, that whatsoever you want to contribute to our institution, the CDC will be open. And let me say thank you. Like you said, you're in America, but you are impacting and you are assisting other people here. It is the best thing to do. You see, in our country, this mentality of stereotyping people in both ways. People think when they hear people on our side, they don't deserve to work here. People think on our side, people here, they're not intelligent enough. I don't think that's the way it should be. We should learn to coexist. We should learn to accept each other. So I want to say to you, the issue about the horse, I've spoken about it. Times the odd number. Even when I went to London, I was quizzed by BBC. When you go online, I said it was false, it was misleading. I never purchased no house. Even today, Sister Grace, I challenge on this video. Let anybody show one property in Morovia owned by Jefferson Koji. I was just falsely gaslighted. They cannot show the property. They can't show bank account. Where do I have the money? In America? In Liberia? Gotta come and show it. No property. What we did when we were mayor, we were very excited. I went Lofa County in my village. That's the first I chose to build a house. I did not even complete that house. I built a radio station in Funjama because we were excited. We are village children. When we turned out to be in Morovia, we thought to go back Foya, go back Funjama, because that is where we believe when every other thing is over in Morovia, we came to see greener pasture. It's Lofa County, we will end up. And that's why the opportunity we have, we took it back home. No ballet can tell you, yeah, you can show 1 billion that Koji purchased. But today, nobody is prepared to say, well, all the things they say about Koji. One, Koji was a murderer. Koji was a criminal. You have the state provide the facts. Where the family, where are the victims? And the thing that's so painful, when Justina Taylor said that I did that to her, today she in America. Nobody again is prepared to say where are the facts. Look at the legal. It's just simple. The only thing that draw Kochi to it, Jerome Verder, he woke up one evening, he narrated his story. And I bring Koji accepted it. He said Koji is responsible. He said, how Koji? Because people here call Koji name, call Koji name. He said Koji is the one who is responsible for it. Today, when we're doing the investigation, Jerome Verder know where to be for. Today, Joseph Boakai is president. I want to encourage Mr. Boakai because he went to us. Let them open the case, let them investigate, and the simplest thing they can do, they get the lie detector in America. Let it come, put it past somebody, let it be part of the investigation so that we can be able to critically look into that and help discover the murderer. I want to say thank you, Grace, and please do not take my response out of context. It's not in my DNA. I will not come here to make you feel somehow. So let me say thank you so kindly.
Quickly, is Joseph Boakai your uncle too?
Thank you.
Joseph Boakai is a kissy man. I'm kissy.
So he's your uncle.
No.
So we all kissy.
No, I'm Jefferson. I'm Jeff's uncle.
So it's not. I'm not by his age. My age, only uncle. He's a father. So not yet only. But if you want to go through our tradition, he can't be my uncle. I'm kissy. He kissy. So Julius, we serve our uncle for Julius. The legs of the Pandi, the Loma, Mende, Pele,
I thought I was your uncle.
So we will serve as uncle. So as his age, he's a father figure. But you want to ask me, do I support the way he's governed the country? Certainly no. He's not doing actually well. And we can state that clearly.
Yeah,
without hesitation.
I agree. If I agree with you on anything else, I agree with you on that.
Thank you. Well, listen, this was a fascinating conversation. I want to say thank you to the mayor, Mayor Koji. Listen, we're going to open the phone lines, Monrovia first, then we will open the phone lines with Lofa and the diaspora. We want folks to get involved, call, let him answer the questions. I just want to thank you, my friend. We come a long way. I understand that, what you're a great guy. A lot of people misunderstand you, and I tell people all the time, Tomalin was right. The day they announced your sanctions, I felt really bad because I felt that here is a young man who a lot of potential, a lot of power, a lot of influence, but we can clearly state, like everybody, I think there has been a general consensus on this show that some of the things that were said about you just in the name of people acquiring power was totally not right. But again, this is what you sign up for. I know you have thick skin. I know you understand the magnitude of what you are involved with. And so studio, let's go ahead and let you open the phone lines, let the people participate, and then we'll also go to Lofa for the US calls.
All right, so you can call us on 077-285961. Add the numbers for you to call on, be live on the closing argument here tonight. 077-285961. So call us if you are monitoring, be live on Truth 96.1. 077-285961 +231 777-285961. are the numbers for you to call and participate tonight on a closing argument. For those of you monitoring us here in Liberia, 07778 5961. This caller, wow, the calls just keep coming in. 07778 5961 are the numbers for you to call and be live tonight on closing argument. Yeah, on Truth 96.1. I know you've been fun in the discussion. We'll go to the line, pick up our first caller. Hello? Hello?
I'm Victor Kijamoyai, a physician speaking from Kizinimosan, the Moravaka Highway. Are you getting me, please?
Go ahead. Just go straight to the point, please.
Okay, thank you. I just want to tell Chemakoji, thank you very much. Chemakoji, you are a great guy. If you can remember 2017, I was the one that led the party one day on a team that would be fighting to Kizinimosan here. So for us, we are people that don't have hands to do anything, but we monitor the politics of Liberia. The people feel that they can make us unpopular in this country, especially for you guys that can speak for us. But believe me, we stand by your intel. We all die in this country when the age for us to die. We never leave our party and we never agree to that criticism because we know it's not you guys doing. But because they don't want you to speak for we the first, that's why they continue to behave this way. Thank you.
Thanks so much for calling. The next caller right there. Go ahead. You are live.
Good morning.
Yeah, go ahead. You are live. No time.
Okay, I want to thank you very much. You love me, and I want to say I very appreciate you for clear elaboration. But I want to know because the whole regime, love me has the power. There was in government, he has strength. Why is it that you couldn't really press that? Because the typical time I saw him when I recall when the issue of child was to keep out. I saw him say he was to take a lawsuit against our council during prayer. So I even come out. I saw him putting a together. I want to very know how to talk about that case. I don't want I never talk about anybody that is supporting at all because I feel that because of the information we're receiving in WhatsApp, you don't only want to provide you everything you provide now. So I feel like actually when Kazan very accused him, he was right. So when you can't pursue that case, I told you as a benefit, I can't interest in right now because I very well know he's a lot of this guy and very bring the truth out. I just believe him right now. But I don't know how that case very went on. And the thing I want to know the love right now is it comes to the issue of corruption. They see some good of it or where they see against it. Thank you very much.
Thanks for calling. Definitely going to respond to you. The next caller right there. Go ahead. You are live. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm James Lama Kamara, the leader of the Liberation Civil Rights Movement. I'm here to appreciate Honorable George, the Secretary General of the CDC. I am also a former physician, and it's on the basis of listening to some guests and the Mr. Some appreciating Honorable Koji for Honorable Koji in the CDC in this world for people, and that was very remarkable on his part. But as the way we expect CDC being a grassroots practice, that how the vast majority of young people across the country and having the meeting over the young people, what we expect other government officials, Honorable Koji in that direction in terms of looking up to those folk soldiers who are in the community, ensuring that CDC comes to power. And when we got to power, some of us, our cause were not answered by our officials. They let us down, and we see that not leave the mission because you cannot bring a president or a party to power and just move from behind our party. We remain until we're defeated. This is a time that we have decided to fight on another front. Our support will always be there in the cause of making Liberia a better every one of us.
Okay.
John Joseph been working together. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You're welcome. I'm seeing Julius. I don't know what Julius want to. Go ahead. You are live.
Hello.
Go ahead. You are live.
Yeah, my name is Yawan Freeman, General Secretary of the Determination of Movement, CDC. And he said, thank you so much. We believe in you. We know what you can do. This is a busy one. When people say a whole lot of things about you, we come in defense of you because we know what you can do for we, the young people of CDC. We believe in your leadership and nothing you. He will always protect you. He will be there. He will stay by you in every other thing. Thank you. That's it.
Wonderful. Thanks for calling. Like Julius want to Julius, go ahead. Okay. Hello. We're not getting Julius. The next caller. Go ahead, you're live. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, you're live.
Okay. Thank you, brother. So my name is Thank you very much. And thank you to your guest, right? But here's the thing. Look, not just now all leaders that people follow, right? People follow a selfless leader, an individual who seeks the interests of the people is the ones that people follow. So when people think in this country that seeing this kind of young people following, the young coaches were really responsible, people just think that medicine was playing. Why was that medicine? But because, his decision to support other people who are way down the line. And that's why you saw confabulation, all around, in his place. Gossiping about him will be the place of things that he never did because he did it. But as he said, whenever you do go to people, you never lost. As long as God continues to be with you, you continue to be vindicated from the life, and we pray that God will be with you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for calling. Can we cross over to Julius?
Yes, I have 5 callers online, and I will bring all of them here. So we'll start with the first caller here. Caller from 215. Last 4 is 9625. Your name and where you calling from? Let's hear from you.
Yes, this is Nelson Gagat. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Nelson, go ahead.
Yes, coaching.
Nelson, I'm doing good. Go ahead. You got other. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to say that people who always say that coaching was child soldier and all that kind of stuff, ex-combatant, I think they are not doing themselves well because that young man you think so, he knows me very well. My name is Nelson Gaga. I knew him when he was in Copenhagen. He was a student advocate all along from a young age. So I don't know where Jerome Boyer came from saying he was fighting war and all that kind of stuff. But I can tell you, this young man, he being a very good guy. We all were in the CDC intellectual unit together, and we ran things together. And that's now one day I heard that he was a child soldier. Understand? So where they took their stories from, I don't know, but I've been knowing him. Even his first admission, because I started my superintendent. We help to run it through.
Okay.
All right. So people shouldn't talk things that they don't understand.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's take our next caller here. 267. Last 4 is 8328. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Let's hear from you.
Good evening, Lofa Julius. Good evening to our lawyer, the rescue from our country. My name is Alisa Eva. I'm calling from the this evening. Firstly, I want to thank you for your first appearance on the show tonight. Once again, we want to us to support our political institutions, especially the CDC, the market, and the show of democratic change. Honorable Mayor, as a lead for the rescue from our country, you control 90% of the youth in our country. So you should be aware that people are intimidated by you, but you have to keep going, keep motivating, or keep leading on, because within the CDC, you are one of the persons who holds the medicine and the youth for their kids for doing what is right. And it's sad that today's society, people were use that use of people black or one thing history with such a thing, because I can see Bella year was one sanction by the American government and the kids touching Obama and it was removed. Yet they will come and justice will be there.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's check out next caller here. Caller from 737. Last 4 is 3935. Caller, your name and where you calling from. Let's hear from you.
My name is Matthew Fowler. I call you from Austin, Texas. I would like to commend your guest online. In studio, Tamakochi, Lofa County. Our brother, Jefferson Kochi is the youth, power. I would just say power. He speaks so well, adequately. Look, I followed that guy for a very long time. I've been saying really, but I visited his office. Behind his office, I ate that.
Caller, what's your input to the question? What is it? Go.
My input here is Jefferson Kochi is the next man.
Okay.
No matter what they say about him, no matter how they carry him, he is the leader of life. He is the youth leader. So I'm never with that guy's sister. I'm not telling you about me. I started with her. She told me, she said, my brother is the very next man. And she said, a lot of people go to Jefferson Kochi. Jefferson Kochi has a lot of youth in our country. And now I follow you, you may not know me. But thank you, Jefferson Kochi. We'll always pray for you. We'll remain with you. And so say Ben Sanvee and Mr. Peabody, you are welcome on board.
Thank you.
We all will remain solution.
Let's take the next call. Caller from 630 last 403. Caller, your name and where you calling from?
You got a job.
I just want to say, I just want to quite two major points. My first one will be on Jeff's contributions to the city corporation, and lastly, to speak a little bit on the station issue. I just look at the quotation from Marshall or from Sankara. Two things I want to learn as Liberian people, for those who understand politics. The first thing, Jeff has a very huge contribution for the city government. Ask somebody to develop a step. One, he has huge job creation. If you look at his vision, it was clear. Quite in power, he had the city garden to provide jobs for over 86 young people who are working on the certified garden that never existed. He created a youth development and had youth empowerment projects in every city in the country. That was perfect. He came up with the media team to create jobs for over 37 young people who have payroll check to create jobs for them. So you're very innovative. And those are secret stations. You don't understand the issue of station has station for people. If they want to tell my share tools or the things that Sakara said in the street, it's that when people white get the station, it means you do well. A white person, the West president, to share your people. So you expect people that Jefferson go to understand the contradiction of society of redemption for you to sit there and say white was praising. They're not going to praise it because they don't want to see it. What happened to Gaddafi? What happened to Scar? What happened to Pierre Lumumba? Those people went to go against as a protected job for people. If
Thank
you
you.
national political class in the country, you understand redemption history.
Thank you.
You have to understand your role and understand everything that's done. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks. I think the callers on our line. Okay.
Yeah, Lofa, you still got more?
No, we're done now.
Okay, yeah. I think let's end it and then
close the line. Okay, I'll close.
Yeah, let's just end it and then we can give the mayor to respond to the callers and then we will kind of
hold on 1 second. If this kid keep calling on WhatsApp, I don't understand why would that be the case. Let me just take him. Siddiqui, calling on WhatsApp is not helping you because you're literally not doing yourself justice. They're not going to hear you clearly, one, and secondly, you're taking away from yourself. But I will try. I'll do the best I can to put you through. Go ahead. Let's hear from you. We'll give you about a minute, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Can you guys hear him?
No.
See, that's the problem.
Okay.
Try.
So
go ahead, Siddiqui. Let me try. Hold on 1 second, Ben, please. Siddiqui, go ahead.
We can't hear him. We can't hear him.
They can't hear.
Yeah. Okay. Let's Jeff, you want to go ahead and respond to the call?
On a WhatsApp or other because you called in on.
Let it man, just go ahead and go ahead. We'll get him. Jeff, you can go ahead. I think you're muted. Can you guys unmute him, please? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Ben. I want to say thank you. My heart, I'm humble to the kind compliments. And that's why I say to a lot of young people, when we had the opportunity, we said to ourselves, it was not just me at Jefferson Koji. I was just an image. If I fail, it will have a reflection on our generation. And that's why we're very meticulous how we engage our people. So that today, when Koji is not there, when a young person is there, so it cannot become a culture. Is it because Koji were gaslighted and Koji were attacked? So Koji followers will begin to attack another young person. The country and our society will suffer. If we are genuine, we be authentic in our conversation. I want to say thank you to everybody. For those of the people who doesn't know me and become victim of the malicious political propaganda, I want to say to you, try to know me for yourself. Don't be a victim. The young guy who was very concerned about me suing, of course I did. I went to the US, I filed a lawsuit. Mr. Verdier has a very check-up address system in America. So our lawyer were going back and forth. Unfortunately for me, I got sanctioned. I started the process even in Liberia. The day Mr. Jerome come here, there's a lawsuit with him, but he's in America. He can't come here. So I did. I sue in America and I sue in Liberia. I'm waiting until he's arrived. In America, it was unfortunate. My lawyer said to me he could not continue because I got sanctioned. So it's undermined my process of going through. But I say to you that I'm trying my possible best, and people like you who know me. And how I said, we grew up right here. We went to school here. Our friends know us fully well. You may try to misrepresent us, but the truth that crushed to the ground will surely rise again. I begin to understand. Apparently, it's about the job we occupy. When you occupy the job and people believe, you can easily become a target. But I don't think that's the way to go. We must deal with the issues. Look about the issue about corruption. And you think we against, like when I took office, the first thing I did, I declared my assets. When I was leaving, I declared my assets. When I went to the office, I conducted audit. When I was leaving, I conducted audit. All of those things have been done. When people don't know us, they get judged us by what they hear. And I think it is a very mean culture. It should not be. Today it's OG. Today it could be any other person. You think I feel pleased to talk about Stanton's son? Nobody should be talking about our kids. But when people present themselves to be heartless and think because of politics, that is not politics. That's how people got killed in this country. So because we want to do politics, we should destroy each other. To what end? What kind of country we want? Obviously, we have our people who also know us, who believe in us. You think they will say subtly, but again, it's not in our culture. We are Christian. We believe in God. We think the God we believe in will help vindicate us. And one of these days, all of our conspirators and many of them, and I say to you, public, Costa, have written me and apologized to me. Costa Pop, he wrote me and said, my brother, I want to apologize. I have that. He apologized to me. Some people even got angry with me. They said to me, why you accepting it? What can I do? You can go more than that. If a man said to you that they're sorry, what they have done to you, to God, not many person can live to see people who harm them and have the audacity to apologize. Sometimes people go to jail for 50 years for things they don't do. After that, they come out and they realize that they were not the person who did it, but they have paid the price. So the high levels. All we can say to you that we are very prayerful, and through our faith, one of these days, the truth will set for itself. I want to say thank you to all our parents. And Ben, you were very instrumental. And I think I came here purposefully to do political, but I don't know how the conversation that shifted. It just came to Jefferson Koji. And I can say all of my points and all of my Unity Party friends who were jamming the story. But Ben, I want to say thank you. It just ended up to be Jefferson Koji. And I don't even think I did anything politically chastising the Unity Party. But
Well,
hopefully,
you still have enough time, Jeff.
Hopefully, I will return. I will return here and we'll do the real politics.
I know, yeah.
Julius, Sylvester,
one last question.
My dear sister, Grace, brother Karabu, Alex, a good friend. Alex, I haven't seen you for a while. I want to say thank you to all of you guys. Alex, you too. I didn't say you stay with the ANC or you stay with the Liberty Party. We'll be very interested in you.
He's still passing around.
Sister Grace. You know, when you say Sister Grace, my ex principal was called Sister Grace. So whenever you say Sister Grace, I go,
so I want to say thank you. I really appreciate it. And Ben, all go up to you. I'm receiving tons of messages on my phone. People calling me from Canada, Japan, and say, why don't you utilize this platform? I want to say thank you. Thank you so kindly. I'm extremely humble. I got nothing to give you, but I got rest from my fund. I want to offer 5 back of rest, or country rest to you guys here.
Don't make it say you were giving peak too.
So, Sister Grace, if you get anybody in Liberia, that America, I can send you some Lofa honey, and I can send you some Tomagi oil. I want to say thank you. I'm not a mayor now. I'm a farmer now. I'm more often in Lofa County, so I can share with you 5 bags of rice for my farm. So thank you so kindly.
Thank you,
Jeff,
I want to thank you.
Ben, just before he go, one last personal question. Because you know, normally I follow your page.
Toga,
these conversations,
we done with it. Now we're talking about rights. Let the man give our rights. We want rights. What Toga take us back to
get your rest. Don't worry. You know,
how do I get my share of the rights? That's my concern.
Especially when you're in the fiery mood. When there are press conferences and when people are jubilating or dancing and the euphoria is high. I follow some of these. And so I wanted to ask you personally, whether you smoke, whether you drink, and what are some of the things you do on your leisure? Because people mention these things a lot. So I wanted to find out from you.
The man don't smoke, you don't drink.
Interestingly, Toga, I was raised in West Point. I do not drink. I do not smoke. But when I walk here, I can play chess. So at leisure, I play chess. So if you're interested, you can Yeah, you can formula play chess.
Thank you. Listen, Jeff, I want to thank you for coming on. I know it took a lot. I know you have been very protective, because when we had the conversation, you said to me, "There's a reason why you've been quiet." And I think it's important. You are a public figure. You somebody who the people need to hear your story. And I will say this: I am as pro-American as it gets. Listen, I don't know who's more pro-American than me, right? I'm very pro-American, but I also know that sometimes America get it wrong. They do. Sometimes they do. And I'm asking that you get an opportunity to tell your story, to keep engaging them. This country, America, is a land of second chances. And I know you're a young man. It takes a lot for someone to say, we had power, we identify some of the excesses, and if we're ever given the opportunity to get power again, we will do things differently. Look, I hold no apology for my support to the CDC. I have said it over and over that if I were to do it again, I would do it 300 times again. I think the CDC is the party of the future. I think a lot of the young people in the CDC are patriots. You guys are a part of the Liberian story. You are not perfect, but you have an opportunity to do some self-reflection, to look yourselves in the mirror, and then redirect and reshape your agenda. You know I'm a friend, you know I'm a brother. We will continue to engage, we will continue to move forward because we all love our country. One thing we have in common is that we want to see our country do well. We don't have, the Unity Party is not an enemy. The CDC is not an enemy. Liberty Party, ANC, Lino, all of these parties, we are all one Liberia. We're a small country. So I want to thank you, my brother, for coming. And please don't be a stranger. If you feel there is a need for you to come, we will have the political show because I want everybody to know what David is for. So when you come, we will then have the conversation about that.
Okay.
But I want to thank you, my brother. It was a fascinating conversation. You can see the people were glued. I want to say thank you for coming.
Kalabu, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Guys, I thought, yeah. Lofa Julius has sold out for 5 bags already.
Lofa not going to eat rice, country rice that way. He needs to go to Liberia. He can't live in America for 30 years and you expect to eat country rice.
Guy, I think Tomalin was calling. I wonder why you were calling. I wanted. Yeah, I know what you were calling. He still won't call.
Yeah,
but Grace, what are your thoughts? You the yeah. Go ahead.
What are your thoughts, Grace?
Somebody say you want to get a closing comment, Grace.
Okay, let you get a
Somebody go ahead and get your closing comment. I think the mayor is still in the studio.
Yes, look, I want this. I want to say this. Yes.
Somebody got stuff to
Guys, mute yourselves. Mute yourself. Everybody mute themselves. Thank you.
I want to say.
Go ahead, Tomalin.
I want to say this. No, I'm happy that Major Kuchi finally availed himself to this. Yeah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm happy that the mayor availed himself to the form, and he did a lot of things tonight. I hear myself.
My man, go ahead, bye. You listening to your team?
You're not supposed to hear yourself.
You're not supposed to hear yourself.
He availed himself to the public, and things happen tonight. But I'm talking. You can hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So, but he did a lot tonight, and he really put. But I'm talking, Ben.
My man, okay.
Ben, tell him to call me. Ben, tell him to call me.
But Grace, you want a minute talk?
That man going to party, brother. That man going to party.
I try him one more time. Go ahead.
You hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. One more time.
Yes.
Joman Jala said you're using Metro PCS phone.
I'm gonna cause God blessing.
Go ahead.
No, but you know, Koji did a lot of things tonight. Koji really put his challenge to all his critics, to all his people who have been accusing him. And the challenge is out there. And I yet to see anybody who have come forward to say they're proving wrong. Because I think the young man gets being a victim of the vicious that's in our society. And I'm happy that he found me himself. But I always told him, I said, look, it's not just sitting on the CDC headquarters and having a press conference. Enough. Come to the public, come to the national platform. Come to a platform where people you can be heard. And tonight over 5,000 people listen to this guy all across the globe. You know, I think that what he did, a lot of stuff. You see people perception are changing about it. I read in the comments, I'm getting calls, I'm getting texts. So I think he did the right thing. So all those who continue to accuse him should not come forward now because the men have thrown a challenge to them. I love what he said. He said, I declare my asset. When I was on office, I'll leave I declare my asset. I audited, when I got in the office, I audited. I'll even audited again. All the things the guy said, that it's not rare among our people in government. If people who criticize him, they don't do all the things he's doing. So I think he did a lot of good things for himself. And I'm happy that he has finally come out and put a challenge out there. But Ben, I want to say all the panelists, you guys did a good job. Thank you for the show. I'm getting a lot of positive feedbacks. Thank you guys.
All right, thank you. And please have our bonus ready. Thank you. All right, guys. I thought this is a fascinating show, Grace. Let's start with you. We'll go around the horn for everybody to just give an opinion on this. I thought it was a fascinating conversation. I particularly like how he dealt with you, Grace. I could see the mother side of you come up. I could see you having the tough. The Grace was very tough, but then when he came after and said, Sister Grace, you my own. I saw the defense walls fall down. You may not want to admit it, but I'm telling you, I saw it, and you my Gracie Grace, so I can see a lot of things.
Oh, Ben, is that a closing statement?
But go ahead, Grace.
My man,
go ahead. My man, okay. I didn't know it. Okay, go ahead, Grace.
Yeah, the show it was a very good show tonight. Jefferson Kochi, he's a astute young man, and the thing is, my love for the young people in Liberia is huge. Most people may not know that. I got Sidishan friends. I talked to them to different party headquarters while they were having their youth day. They called me and I talked to them. We laughed on the phone together. They told me, says Grace, we know that your love for country is more than individual and more than a party. So we understand where you are coming from. So I just it's so sad to see that Grace society have allowed this partisan thing to really destroy one another, and it has gotten to a core where our people have become evil in doing it, and destroying each other. But we also know that Jefferson did a lot of nice stuff, but he's also not an angel. The way he carried himself, like he had people to really advise him at the point in time. The way he was carrying himself, not that he was doing any bad thing, because we have no proof of it, but the way he presented himself to the public too took away from him. But he is a very a nice young man, and he has a voice. And I'm very impressed talking with him tonight, although I knew from a motherly point of view that most of the things that were said about him, there was no proof, so I couldn't accuse him of those things. People came after me. Oh, this thing, you say you fight for human rights, this and that. But if you don't have anything to accuse somebody for, you cannot accuse them. So I would say to my seditious friends out here that, most of y'all they play BS, you're the one can be coming after me. The real seditious then, the people who in your hierarchy, they are my friends. But they know my standpoint, and they know I have a point of view, and I will always say it because I'm an individual first. I'm a Liberian first before anything else. We're not only from Liberia. Liberia is who we are. So I will fight for my country to the core. If I have to come against you at a certain time, I will do that if you're doing something wrong. But we have nothing against one another. And let me just get you for the record before I close. Liberia was just awarded the most generous country in Africa. They came 89%. They were number 1 on the list. How can we be this generous to everybody else but ourselves? That's the question. But it was a nice show. I thank you guys for for being here, and I thank everybody for listening in Liberia and also on all the social media platforms. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to Peewee, because Peewee was last before. So, Peewee, you want to do your closing?
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a very great show, and the fact that the Lord Mayor came on to be part of this very great show was an extraordinary process, and we should look forward to tapping into some of those things unfolding. It's just the tendency back home in our country, where I would expect folks from Lofa, I mean, those that from deep in the forest, Grand of Maryland, all of things that they didn't go to school to reason sometime the way most of our educated people want to reason. We may be a lawyer sitting here in our comfort zone, just take the phone and place a call, and notoriously, with a terrible tenacity, lie on the personality of other individuals that have built their records over the years, right? Like a individual call himself a lawyer will make the kind of a blatant characterization of someone that he have not met before. He don't know the history of the person and the rest of that. And our scope of our analytical scope, basically looking at things from the perspective of where we sit, sometimes it's dangerous. And some of us that served in briefly in the public space and came back to the civil society aspect of it and into the student community back in our country, we understand the deeper aspect. That's why we say at the university level, we say it is the macrocosm of the larger society. If that is the macrocosm of the larger society, those of us that will get some understanding from them, we should open our horizon in terms of how we want to push them. But I thought he had a very great time today in trying to explain some of those things that are unfolding. For instance, the home on 19th Street there, the perception about that home, we all normally would sit around the parliament or marriage shop, people would talk about their home, felt that he's busy, but then there's totally another story about that home, and then the rest of that. So it's a good process. It's a process that we have to tap into day to day and move on. I mean, I just enjoyed the show, and I thank you, Ben, for being a very great host tonight. You were now monologic in terms of that. Most of the hosts would take the time they would stage a monologue. And you share the platform with us, and you stay at the back. And I will guess now you will take maybe the next 30 minutes to close and give your view to this process. That would be fair, you know. So let me close by saying it was a great show, and thank you, Mayor Koji. Have a very pleasant night, and I extend a revolutionary greeting to the political leader of the Congress for Democratic Change. Good night.
Thank you, Peewee. Let's go to Kelabo Gonglo.
All right, thank you, Ben. You know, tonight was a great show. I think we don't need to repeat. Fantastic moment for me to listen to Jefferson Koji. You know, there is an interesting story, I would say, link between Jefferson Koji and myself that he may not be aware of. People will be aware of it because he's a young guy. There is a place in Satan. It is a house of James Double Jala. Jefferson Koji lived in our house, and I also live in our house. I lived there for 4 years because I'm part of the bigger family of the Double Jala family. I'm a non-natural born member of the Jala family. And tonight, Jefferson did something that I thought was very magnificent, very significant. For example, as a baby, he lost his mom.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
And this is a very sad, it's not unique. You have multiple stories like that around Liberia, but very few people really do survive to reach to this height in society. Given our society is a very poor society, that even with that, he was born with that disadvantage. If you add on top of the disadvantage, Liberia is a country, it's an exclusionary society where majority of the people live on the periphery of the society. Then on top of living on the periphery of the society, you are an orphan, basically. Then you find yourself living in West Point, pushing Fantin Kino to survive. Then you escape the trap of drinking alcohol You skip the trap of doing drug. You skip the trap of us smoking. Then to Kranda, he skipped the trap. He's a very handsome man. He skipped the trap of being sodomized by people with money, powerful people. For me, this is a story that needs to be told. And that changed my perspective, my view about Jefferson Koji tonight. You know, I can say that. That's why I want his number to talk to him. More than that, another thing which I picked with him is that, yeah, it's a man. City mayor is one of the richest corporations in Liberia. People don't know this. All the businesses in Morocco do pay sanitation taxes. I've had personal experience with that. I've actually looked, not Jefferson Koji, in the 1990s. I had time to look at the Excel spreadsheet of the Morocco City Corporation tax revenue. Somebody asked me to work with them on the tax document in spreadsheet. They collect millions of dollars. But for Jefferson Koji, it's a corrupt place because most of the people there, if you are a mayor and you're not experienced, they will have the information for you. The czar, the dinosaurs that are there in the corporation will keep that information for you. You have to be very savvy to get it. So you can even be there for 4 years without even knowing it. But it's very syndicated place. Whole lot of syndicate. For Jefferson Koji to be a mayor, he does not own a house in Monrovia, that he's even trying out an open challenge. Contrary to that, if you look across within the CDC hierarchy, those who are in government, they own mansions, vexable, that they have ownership, they got deal for it. So tonight, I can say without fear of contradiction that Jefferson Koji is a true Sankara of the CDC grassroots movement. This guy, I think he's a future leader of the CDC because he's proven in public office that he's a man of the masses. That he was not going to be there to steal from the masses, from the happiness of the masses. He did not do that. He's proving that he's throwing a challenge, open challenge. And I think the likes of Weah, Magay, Tour, and all those who clamor for leadership in the CDC was beginning to think twice because of their material acquisition of the material wealth. This guy, he only has one house, is unfinished in Lofa. It speaks volume of him. That's my takeaway.
Thank you, Farmer.
Let's go ahead and get Lofa Julius and then
good Farmer. I'm going to Eastern out, so they put off on the Farmer.
Lofa, go ahead now, so we can go.
You know, like everybody said, I hate to come across as being redundant, but it was a good show, to be honest with you, and I admire the fact that you know, the former mayor was very composed. And one thing that I noticed from his appearance here tonight is that he has matured a lot.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, I noticed that too. Lofa, are you stuck? Oh my God. Wow.
The IT man is stuck.
Oh my God, Lofa Julius is stuck. Chris, Lofa stuck. Oh, Lofa internet.
They hide the man. The man
he need to be stuck.
No, let Toga go. Let Toga talk.
Go ahead. I'm sure he will come back, Jason.
Yeah, he will come back. You know, but for me, first of all, I think Jefferson Koji was a victim of people's perception. As a young man, he sat in a position that had enormous connection. Now, if you were talking about the first 3 to 5 persons that could be around the president of the country and have the ears and the eyes of the president of the country, he was the youngest in our room. That came with a lot of fight. from whether from his generation or also his generation. Today I was in a chat room and something came up and the person was saying Jefferson Kochi even influenced a judge. And I was saying to the person, sometimes we sit and we think that people got enormous power that they don't even have. It's perception. The fact that you can think that Jefferson Kochi can influence a judge over a given situation alone. There were some people, it was just about job. Some people reached out to Kochi and felt that Kochi could make them get a certain job. And the fact they couldn't get those jobs because probably the influence level could not make maybe the president to appoint them, they had to attack on him. There were some people who even got dismissed from government and felt that Kochi influenced that dismissal. At a certain point in time, everything became something surrounding the guy, whether it was good or bad in the government. And people utilized it. Some people felt there were a lot of people also that came to the government that he influenced. Especially like many of the young people. So when they saw that some colleagues of theirs were shining in the government and they felt Jefferson Kochi knew them and were interacting with them and they could not come to the government, they saw it as a problem. So it was a whole perception issue. Myself, at some point in my life, I was confronted with that. I became one of the youngest person to manage Kings FM and Cloud TV. It was one of the biggest radio stations at the time in the country. A lot of people always felt like the fact that I could sit maybe or me we are regularly, I had enormous connection. And it must exploit it. The fact they're not exploiting it, it means you changing their links, they will fire you. I can tell you, for example, the Jerome Friday situation. Jerome Friday is one of the progenitors of the CDC. He was one of those. But the fact that they men sat and people came to power and they could not bring him close to power, he felt like these people are sitting down in a room every day and they can't bring me close to their room. We must go for them. I mean, to have even come to the public to say Jefferson Kochi was child soldier. When the man is saying to us, he was just 4 years old when the war began. How can 4-year-old man be child soldier?
But how long did the war last, though?
I mean, even for the time you're talking about, we're talking about what, 14 years or so, you added to ASA.
Does it make you a child soldier? I just seen the war lasted for long, so there were child soldiers. But
I agree.
Does it mean
But even when the war started, when the war started, I remember I was at that same age. I walked from Moria with my mom holding her hand to Buchanan. So tomorrow, probably, if you become influential in society, then people link you to something. And I hope with what happened with the ruling recently, I know they want, maybe Sylvester P. or other people that got some legal mind could think about that, whether they want to reintroduce this case, because I'm even hearing some people talking about the whole volatility thing got to start again all over and all of that. Now, in fact, even when people link Musa Belete to the person that got killed in the woman hall, what was the influence level of this lady so much that somebody needed to kill her? I was in the CPP arrangement. I was very connected to the Musa Belete belt of the Liberty Party. The woman who used to come to court to plead for Unity Party in court. That was all. In fact, she alone was not even a lawyer. I think there were almost 4 other lawyers on our bench along with her. What did she have in common with the CDC that the CDC needed her there, or that Jefferson Kochi or somebody needed her there? I don't get it. Why would somebody want her dead? Musa Belete was practically winning all the cases against Nyobli there. They used to go there with all the lawmakers, because Nyobli and her girl were all lawmakers. They used to go to most of the court proceedings, but Musa Belete had the law behind on his side and you were winning there. So what did we need, or the ANC need to go after Councillor Goro and Mususka? They brought in Musa Ni, they brought in other people Ni. Where is even the recording today, that the subpoena, her call log and thing? Where's that call log? Because that call log points to something. Somebody is keeping that call log. So the person, they know what they did. and we know people had influenced all these things. Somebody who was close to Bouaka, the person was Unity Party senator in the legislature, the person was Unity Party lawyer. How you think Unity Party will come to power and they keep that person in prison? They owe it to her. But if you owe it to her, then you got to be sincere to the public. Don't make it a PLA. And you know that the insincerity part, apparently. You owe it to her. Say you owe it to her. You have to do it for her. Don't turn people here and want to link other people to crimes that they didn't commit. And just lastly, Ben, before I go, the situation even about the house. About the house. Why could Jeremiah Coon, even at the time, not come out to the public when Jefferson Kochi was being tormented here, there, and Yano about the 19th Street property that he had paid $250,000 for it? Jeremiah Coon was mute. That's insincerity.
No, but the landlord cannot come and put the tenant out there.
There were even documents.
There
were documents. There were documents all in the. There were documents in the press, but still they were not speaking. They may kept the thing here to a church. That even recently, before I know, I got to know when Kun put it in an asset declaration document. They were always in the air. Nobody was talking about it. But then when he put it in an asset declaration document and mentioned the exact spot, before I knew. All along, he shielded this from the public. Why was he hiding it? So it means a lot of things that he had.
We gotta go, guys. We gotta go.
Thank you, man. Let me stop here.
Let me stop here. Lofa, end your thoughts. Lofa, end your thoughts before this.
Ready for me. So let me stop here. Yeah, thank you very much.
Go ahead, thanks.
Truly speaking, let me not keep us here any longer than we have already been here. It was a great show. Thanks for moderating the way you did, Ben. Good, as I stated earlier, and I apologize for the bleep here. We have a thunderstorm going on here, so the electricity issue came into play. Again, people shouldn't think that current don't go in America, but as you can see, it was literally just like boom, boom, and we were back. But I think Jeff did a great job tonight. He actually sold himself more than I ever expected. And regarding the issue of, those who follow the CDC, a lot of time we kind of label people to be certain group of people. The plebeians are the ones who make the CDC. Believe me or not, the Jefferson Koji and other people, they are only the executives member. But in an attempt to disregard the presence of those whom we may want to reference as plebeians and other people, you will be taking away a huge chunk of your society. So don't disregard them as just being not or important or ordinary people and not considerable. We are the plebeians. We are the ones who.
So you're the one that be on the thing and causing people all day, insulting people.
Chris, we gotta go. I beg you.
Yeah, but I mentioned plebeians, so he won't come for me, so I gotta come back for him. So
okay, we gotta go. We gotta go, Chris. Chris, we gotta go. I beg you, we gotta go.
I don't think. I don't think that is. I don't think. Right. And let's end on this note. I don't think that is the actual or factual definition of the description that was provided as plebeians. Plebeians are not people who are gallivant and just spew out insults. Okay, but either way, let us be cognizant of the fact that we are all Liberians. Let us be cognizant of the fact that we are all Liberians, and we must respect our positions regardless of.
They should respect us.
Grace, we can't do this now.
Start talking. They should respect us.
No, but Grace, we can't do that. We gotta go, Grace.
Things that you're not supposed to say.
Yeah, but Grace, we can't do that. The man's entitled to his opinion. You spoke. Grace, you spoke, and he listened to you.
We've been making you the. We'll make you the last not to do your closing.
Yeah,
we'll be the last to do your closing. We'll finish talking, then you respond to other.
Let's go back.
We made
All
the
right.
last
So
time. You will be the
closing,
last to do your closing.
I mean, in order for us to just close the show,
You are doing so well.
I want to say thanks to all of our audience,
Chris,
those
why
of
let
you,
him, man?
those of you who came on to contribute to the discussion tonight. It was a great discussion. You know, Grace will always be loved on this platform because of her, you know, upfront.
You take advantage of it.
So
Those are
In
the
fact,
cowards
in
who got
fact,
fake
I'm
page and
getting
causing people
information
in
that
SARC
we have been
upset
listening to in Lofa on Wologisi FM, one of the establishments of coaching in Lofa.
Oh yeah, definitely will be on board the KC FM. But Jefferson Koji must actually acknowledge and accept the fact that I am his uncle. Don't he can't be calling me nephew around here.
No. That Lofa Koji.
All right, guys, we gotta go. No, I beg you,
We don't need your input in this other conversation. We don't need your input. I said what I said. Don't.
No.
You gotta go back.
Don't come
You
here.
don't bring out Lofa Benedict here.
Traditional
I beg
crime
you.
don't come here. Traditional crime. Don't do it.
All right, guys. I thought it was a fascinating show. I want to thank all of you for thank Jeff for showing up. Great conversation. Great conversation. I want to thank everybody. Thank all of the viewers, those who stuck it through. A lot of people are watching. It was a great conversation. I think he did a lot today. I think he got a chance to tell his story. He got a chance to talk about the man behind the mask. This young man who, you know, and like I always tell people, when you are in the public space, people will say things about you, they will lie about you. And I will say this: the last election was very brutal. The length and the extent to which people went to support their respective sides, it was extremely brutal. Lies were told. Listen, I'm a victim. I know here some of the things I heard about myself. I sometimes I even wonder if I'm myself. But I will say this. In the end, truth crushed to the ground will always rise again. And so Jeff has an opportunity to continue to tell his story. Like I said, and I mean it, America is a country of second chances. They understand if certain things, look, the U.S. would be the first to tell you they got it wrong when it came to weapons of mass destruction. And they came by a couple of years later in the midterm, they said, we got it wrong. Listen, the Americans are not blind to reality. Like I said, Jeff is by no stretch of any imagination an angel. He made some mistakes during the tenure when he was in power. There were times where I disagree with him, but I know that he's not what they have portrayed him to be. I know he's not a murderer. I know he's not somebody who, and so I believe at the end of the day, everybody deserves a chance to tell their story. And I'm glad that we give him that opportunity. And the message and the word is out there. Everybody else out there who you want to come to a platform, you know, they see every day we don't sing in one accord. Just think about our chat room, what can happen in our chat room, Grace, I mean, we try not to even give her admin right to that chat room because one day she would shut it down just because, but we love our Grace. We do. We really, really love our Grace. And that's why she takes advantage of this thing. She knew straight Lofa too. He know how to get under her skin. He calls the word plebeian because he knows she said plebeian, because he knows she will talk, and Grace will not back down from a fight. So y'all just leave her alone. I beg you, But I just want to say thank you, guys. Thank you to Truth FM. Thank you to Wologisi, to all of the radio stations I'm getting. Front Page Africa was carrying this program live. Freedom FM was carrying this program live. There was a lot of outlets that were carrying this program live. So it went out today. Continue to share. Lastly, our boy Robert Gagwa is getting married tomorrow. He's getting married tomorrow. He's taking his beautiful bride. It's going to be what is being built as the.
I heard you in your hotel room. I heard you in your hotel room in Atlanta.
Get up. No photograph of the man and the bride to get up.
I heard you in your hotel room in Atlanta. That's where you go.
I will be leaving early in the morning. I'm driving. I think people ain't got to fly. So, but it is built as it has been built as probably the biggest Liberian wedding, I guess. So we look forward. Congratulations to Robert and his beautiful wife. And we look forward to representing the crew. We will be live from there. I think Peabody said he will go live from there. So
we got two occasions that are going to be going live on the page.
Okay. So, but we want to say congratulations to our brother. I called him. Because you know, you must know for Robert to miss this show. You must know.
Yes, this show. This particular one.
Well, I called him. I said, "Man, I come here." He said, "My man had to my rehearsal dinner, my baby." He said, "I was sleep outside, but the madam just gave me some kind of agenda because she knew the time that is show." But we want to say to our brother, congratulations. We'll be there for you, and we say wish you well in your sojourn as a married man, and take it from those of us who have been in this thing long enough.
Wow.
This thing.
Let's end the show. Ben, let's end the show. When I hear "poa,"
don't say nothing like that. You Grace.
Ben, before you end the show, man, please. Ben, 2 seconds before you end the show. Lofa, 2 seconds, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, I just want to do this because it was one of the champions that we started from the University of Liberia. I want to take this time to congratulate Augustine Gafuan Gav.
You see live.
I asked the league here to grant me this opportunity to do this. I want to congratulate you for his preferment as the Minister of Finance and Development.
Yes.
It is
all right, guys. When people done, I will invite Ellis to come say something too.
No problem.
Ellis Jones. Congratulations to Gav. Congratulations to Gav.
Congratulations to him on his preferment as the minister again for the second time this time around, the Minister of Finance and Development Planning, and say thank you to Mr. President for this preferment. I thought to say this because he was one of those that we championed the process again when he went to the University of Liberia as the level we
this time around, please do not abuse the trust of the Liberian people.
He never did before. He never abused
we gotta go back. We gotta go back.
Good night. Do not abuse the trust of the Liberian people.
He never abused the trust. Good night.
Yeah, he did.
Shout out to President. Shout out to President George Weah, who was watching. I think
President Weah watching.
Shout out to you.
I dribble him on Staten Island Field.
Thank you for paying attention for watching.
I dribble him on Staten Island Field. Ask him.
I see you there. Bye. All right, guys. Good night.
Good night, guys.